Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Shulong. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
아.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki.
되겠어요.
Mako. Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On.
오.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
Till you're empty. 안녕하세요. 저는 DFM의 미드라이너 피셔라고 합니다. 我是 Fisher DFM 的中岛. 일단 저희 팀의 코치님인 타나님이 제일 어머니 같은 분이라고 생각하고, 그 이유는 매일 요리도 같이 해주시고 다른 사소한 것까지 선수들의 약간 사소한 부분까지 다 케어를 해주시기 때문에 타나 코치님이 제일 어머니 같은 분인 것 같습니다.
我觉得是斯卡沃克，他都会帮我们整理一些家务事，倒垃圾、打扫、清洁类的。
Giống như người mạnh nhất trong team thì em nghĩ là chắc là chị Lily á. Tại vì chị luôn luôn động viên tụi em, với lại luôn cho tụi em ăn uống đầy đủ.
小西，因为我只要吃不健康的东西，他走过来都会说又吃这个哦，这超不健康的。做什么事他有时候在旁边碎碎念。
俺はマルさんと思います。この理由はいつも俺が悩んでる時、相談とか困る時、いつも声かけてくれるからめっちゃ母親と思います。
Để miêu tả một người tính cách giống mình ở trong team thì mình nghĩ có anh Nôn. Anh Nôn là người tính rất là thiền và nói chuyện cũng là nhẹ nhàng và cũng rất là quan tâm với những người xung quanh, những người đồng đội và những người em ở trong team. Thì mình thấy cái đó là cái giống cái tính của mẹ mình hồi xưa, rồi cũng hay quan tâm đến những đứa con và cũng muốn biết suy nghĩ đứa con mình đang nghĩ gì và quan tâm đến cảm xúc cũng như là cái từng miếng ăn, từng cái sức khỏe của con. Thì hay thấy cái đó giống của anh Nôn hiện tại.
新来的辅助，因为以前也照顾过我嘛，所以我觉得她比较像我的妈妈。可能垃圾她可能都会帮忙丢，然后就是观察比较细心吧，就是可能需要什么的时候她都可能会帮忙。
Kiểu hay nói và hay nhắc nhở tem thì chắc anh Bi là người kiểu hay nhắc tem dọn vệ sinh và kiểu phải giữ cái môi trường nó sạch sẽ một chút. Với kiểu ảnh cũng nhẹ nhàng, giờ này cũng nhẹ nhàng nên là cũng hơi giống.
啊，我不会画画哎。
Dễ xong chị Ly dẫn em luôn rồi, em coi.
Ồ, có cái gì xấu không ta? Tôi quay lại được.
还有一个眼睛头发一些痘痘。
她要用一个奇怪的东西来代替，它是饭团，但没有白色的，所以没有米饭，它就只能当黑色的海苔。哎，海苔是黑色还是绿色？
Cũng không dễ trả gì luôn.
就这样啊，灵魂画师。
Đừng đánh này nha, chết em á. 好了，差不多了，头发卷一点。
Cái đó dễ gì nào được.
No.
斯卡沃克，祝你母亲节快乐！
祝小 C 母亲节快乐。
Kino 祝你母親節快樂。
ラブさん、母の日おめでとうございます。
祝Thana母親節快樂.
Chúc mẹ thật nhiều may mắn và bình an luôn luôn tới.
Chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Anh Bi chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
And welcome to the LCP, where leads are temporary, but the clip compilations are in mass. Carrick, welcome to night 2 of week 6. Are you as pumped as I am for these games? Because I think the first one's going to be interesting, the second one's going to be a banger, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. But how are you, man?
I'm doing great. It's been a lovely day. Last night was an incredible set of games, and I think tonight may just be even better.
Or it might be, but let's have a look at yesterday's results. You hinted on them just then. It was GZ versus CFO, and it was a double whammy back-to-back. CFO got the 2 games up on GZ, and it was a dominant performance by Doggo, actually back in form. But on the other half of the night, TSW versus Vikings, and it was a prediction I think we all might have saw coming, but we thought Vikings had it in them. Secret Whales were just too good, Carricks.
Yeah, completely outclassed in the end. Team Secret Whales reminded everyone why they are the top of the standings.
Yeah, and it is confirmed as well. They are our first team, and actually the first team in the world to qualify for MSI. So congratulations, Secret Whales. Your points have come up with the goods, and you are on your way to the international stage again. But we have more teams in the running. SHG in second place, GAM in third, Vikings in fourth, the rest following very closely behind. But Carrick, do you feel like we're in for a bit of a treat with this this game coming up afterwards? But you know what? I'm jumping ahead of myself. Let's look at the player of the match standings. I think this is going to be a little bit more important because we're seeing a lot more 2s on the board. Who do you think out of this list of 2s could make it to that infamous 3?
Well, if we're just talking about tonight, of course, we do have GAM in our second games, and I think Kiaya coming back into form. The current top lane meta, I think, suits him as well. Maybe I'm biased, but I think there might be a 3 next to his name.
Ooh, I like that. I'm looking at SHG though, because I'm looking at Marble, but now let's look at tonight's games because we have to crack on. It is DFM versus DCG, the 2 double Ds in the league looking real sharp. We'll have to see which one's going to come out. They've had a bit of a rough path all the way through this regular split, but it is SHG versus GAM on the tail end of tonight, and this is a series both these teams desperately want to win.
Yeah, exactly. For all 4 of these teams, these are sort of split-defining series. If GAM can get a win, getting a bye in that first week of playoffs, but of course, DFM as well on your screen, looking for their first series win to get something going as we head to playoffs.
Yeah, this is a team we've all had a little bit of faith in. We want to see them really try and pull out the stumps. They haven't had the split that we talked about, but we think this coaching staff might be able to get them over the line again. But still, DFM, they have not won a series yet. Do you think there's high hopes for them, Carrix?
I do. I was looking through at it. They've won the same amount of games as teams like Ground Zero and Relove DCG, just not in the same series yet. I think there's hope. I think they have been leveling up. I've been really impressed by a few of their players. Relove DCG has to respect them or they will fall.
Yeah, and I think let's have a look at Relove DCG, because this is the next sort of team off the block, and one team that saw such success moving forward in last split, but now they're on the tail end. They're playing a little bit of backup recovery. Let's see if Florin, Pop Knight, Hongshu, Feng, and Xiaoxi can get it done tonight. And you got to give some love to this bot lane. Feng and Xiaoxi, they're trying to get the work in. I think they're just slightly falling behind in that mid game. So I'm excited to see what sort of drafting is going to come out, especially with a couple more priority picks that are coming onto the Rift as well, with Deathfire Grass starting to do some damage, especially on like the likes of a Smolder. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Feng looking to play something very late game heavy, especially into this especially into DFM. But still, Carrix, this team, are you a fan? Are you ready to see them win tonight?
Yeah, I am. And it's sort of playing off what you were saying. I think with the emergence of these more aggressive bot lanes, the Caitlyn Lux, I think we should be jamming that every single time we can. Feng, I agree with you. He likes his late game carries. But Xiaoxi, who we have in our head-to-head here, look at it. Blitzcrank, Rel, Rakan, he likes playing aggro. He likes winning the lane. And the state that Lux is in, it doesn't play exactly the same as a Blitzcrank, of course, but you can dominate the bot lane.
Range, Carrix is what I'm hearing from you. And you know what? I do love that, but you can't deny Woody, who is coming fairly new into this scene too, played quite aggressively for other teams in the past, but only just recently joining DFM, trying to show their stuff. 8 champions unique to this player against Xiaoxi 17, but that's over multiple splits, remember. This is over many, many more games. So I think the stats, regardless, are fairly close considering Woody's only been a part of the team for a short time.
Totally agree, particularly the unique champions. Yeah, it looks like he's lagging behind, but as you said, this is over a much smaller sample of games. Woody has been able to adapt to whatever the team needs. Him coming in was a huge level up to DFM. Need I remind you, just 1 week ago, they took a game off the SoftBank Hawk. Yeah, they didn't close out the series, but no one really expected them to even be competitive, and they were. DFM is leveling up. And as I've said, it might be a bit too late to make a true run for playoffs, but these teams must respect DFM.
Best part about maybe not being able to make it is you get to play against these teams and still put up a good fight. But let's have a look at our predictions for tonight here, Carrix, because I think we've got a very similar story in mind, and I'd love to get confirmation. And yes, we have both gone with the 2-0 for Relove DCG. I think they've got a little bit more experience. You mentioned that they did take a game away from SHG. That's what I'm sort of banking this off. If they can take a game away from that Titan in this league, I think they've got what it takes to take on DFM.
Yeah, I do agree. As much as I always want to hype up DFM, it's easy to join a dog pile and sort of talk a lot of negativity around a team that's in last place. I will always do my best to big up DFM, but when it comes to predictions, reality must strike. Relove DCG, I think they just match better up all across the map.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm super confident now that we saw that huge yawn on our screen. That might be an indicator that they're a little bit tired. Maybe a little bit too much solo queue heading into the night before. But still, I don't know. My faith might be rattled just a little bit with that. But still, I have faith in the boys. I think they've got a lot of chance and a lot of hopes that they're putting into this. Remember, both these teams are going to be struggling to get into that upper bracket of the ladder now. So tonight is the night where they can try and get a win on the board and sort of at least not sit too far. Yeah, got to clean up those microphones. Make sure they're all set. Look at that. That's service right there. That's like first class on an aeroplane, Carrix. That's the dream.
Oh, God, I wish. I'm very, very jealous of that one. If only we could have that kind of service, be in the studio, maybe one day soon. But
look, we can only try, and we can. What?
I'll say we've got a 2v2 coming up.
We do, yeah. Well, we might very soon, but we've got to get our walkouts. We've got to have everyone looking good and feeling sharp. But I'm looking at this episode. So, Carrix, let's talk about some current meta picks as well. While we're waiting for these Riot Fists, we're waiting for it all to kick on through. Talk to me. You mentioned the Caitlyn Lux. Is there a sort of a team comp that you're seeing a lot happening in outer regions that are sort of popping off a little bit more than recently, or at least maybe LCP related?
It's interesting because I think teams have been a little bit slow to adapt to the new meta. We haven't sort of seen the emergence of these massive picks. And also, it was a little bit of a weird patch in that it did change a lot of things, but it didn't necessarily attack what was meta. It added a few new things. It didn't necessarily take too many things out. You're still playing Xinzhou, you're still playing Darwin. I think the biggest thing is Ryze has fallen in priority, in my opinion. I actually think he's being overestimated to still be as high priority as he is. Losing Phase Rush really, really hurt that champion. Death by a Touch is just not the same rune for him. So that does open up a few things in the mid lane. I think the big thing, yeah, it is this Caitlyn Lux. I think you can play really aggressive. Every time we've seen it brought out in the LCP, it has dominated the lane, and so many teams in the LCP rely on their ADCs popping off and putting on carry performances. It just makes sense to me that win that lane hard.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Especially with the LCP. Dragons are so highly prioritized as well. So it makes a lot of sense for them to be actually looking in this bot side too and making sure that they have all the capabilities and love they need to be able to carry the games, because we do have the likes of the Doggos out there. We have Fang who can do a good job. We've got all these fantastic players on all these teams that just need to be let off the chain a little bit more. And I love using Doggo for that metaphor because I said that last year too. And I'm like, if you just give this guy what he needs, he will run away with it. And we saw it last night. We're just going to have to see it again. But Carrix, at the end of the night, regardless, we got some games on our hands. We've got a walkout happening soon. Are you just walk me through your energy right now? How are you feeling? Like I've got the juices dancing a little bit. I need to get times going. But you know what? How you feeling?
What? I'm saying string of a bow, ready to go, ready to fire off.
Oh, I'm ready to go. Let's just kick it. The right fist bump coming in. Let's take it home, and we'll see you guys at the walkout.
Feel it before the game even begins. The noise, not pressure, electricity. A region that doesn't wait its turn, doesn't follow the script, where every match threatens to flip. Because here, nothing stays quiet. The pace is faster, the moments hit harder, and if you hesitate, someone else takes it. Anyone can break through, but not everyone can hold it. It's not just about the play, it's the next one, and the one after that. No guarantees, no safe paths, just opportunity for anyone ready to take it. Made for the stage, made for the moment, made for this.
欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第6周第2天的赛程，上半场比赛将是一场退无可退的对决。率先要进场的队伍，他们的季后赛之路还没有大门完全被关上，他们只要连续击败了2场的对手，就还有机会晋级季后赛。但是除此之外，最重要的是他们还在寻求他们赛季的第1个大分首胜，来自日本的刺客 DFM。上路 Momo， 打野 Citrus。 中路 Fisher， 下路 Kakun， 辅助 Woody， 教练 Pass。而要迎接他们挑战的，则是在近期本赛段呢疯狂调整自己 BP 以及战术选角， 以多重的风格、多样性的选角，纵横战场的深度交叉 DCG。上路 Floren， 打野 Pop9， 中路 Hongso， 下路 Fang， 辅助 Xiaoxi， 教练 Refrain。在赛前，山哥有偷偷跟我说，只要今天上半场拖到第3局，我们就有可能会迎接国际 DFM 日。究竟这个预言会不会成真呢？比赛马上开始。
Tommy Gunn. This guy is shooting bullets into my heart because every time I see him on screen, he is absolutely loving it. He gets me fired up and raring to go for another night of LCP characters. Does Tommy not get you as hyped as I am right now?
Oh, he does, though. It throws me off since we share a name. So sometimes I think maybe I'm getting you hyped up, but that could never be. No, I'm always hyped. The LCP is perfect.
Yeah, maybe I get a little bit too excited for my own good. Who knows what that could be? We could look into many histories in the past for that, but no, we've got a 2v2 coming up, Carrix. I know it's your favorite part of the entire LCP experience, but it is going to be Fisher and Woody versus Pop9 and Fang. What do you think of that?
It's an interesting decision. I always think it's just going on who needs maybe a bit of a warm-up, who wants to get their hands a bit fresh. I don't know how much these teams cook up their 2v2, though I will say DCG, we actually have seen some pretty fun combos out of them. You know, they've played things like that Anivia Poppy that I always love seeing, but of course they can't do it again.
No, once it's played, it is gone, unfortunately, but still doesn't stop them from playing something else just as weird and wacky as before, Carrix. What would you like to see out there? Honestly, I'm just going to be throwing something real crazy. Let's get the Wind Brothers out there. Let's just get the Yone Yasuo. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, wait till level 6, full send, nothing stopping you. I think that could just be a hoot and a half.
That would certainly be a fun one. I'm noticing, you know, there's the other brothers, the Blood Brothers, Darius and Draven, are still available as well. So it could go some sibling off.
Oh, okay, I like it. Well, actually, does Draven ever fight Darius? No, they're just like, they're cool siblings. They're pretty chill with each other, but no, but it's, yeah, Yone and Yasuo, that's a pretty bit of a troubled past. We don't need to get into that side of the psychology of family, guys. We understand it's rough enough out there. But no, Kiana being looked at by Pop9, I kind of like this. You get the shrubs, you get the invisibility, you got a lot of all-in damage. So we're just going to hope that DFM can pull out some just squishy picks for them, as it is a Caitlyn and an Elise. It's a full set. Oh, an Elise Sin being picked up by Fang. All right.
Well, that's an interesting one for sure. One-shots galore for DCG. But DFM, if Fisher plays this well, it's not super easy to access this Caitlyn.
No, well, like, I'm thinking, like, Lee Sin's probably got one of the best sort of delivery tickets to a Caitlyn, but you're going to be worried as you can get those nets back up too, and that's going to be a nightmare in of itself, if I'm being perfectly honest, Carrix. I think if this Caitlyn gets a little bit too much space, we're going to be seeing a lot of chunked health bars on the side of DCG, but still, we're getting ready to jump out on the Rift. What's your prediction for this? Who do you think's taking it, DFM or DCG?
I'm going to back DFM on this one. I like what they've put together. I think they'll get first selection.
All right, I like where your head's at. I like it. But now we're on to the bridge. It's cold. I've got my Ugg boots on as well, so obviously I'm doing a pretty good job. Oh, okay, Carrix. It's the first one of the night. How ready are you? Like, out of 10, like, give me a good answer. Oh, this is incredibly aggressive.
Hang on a minute.
What is happening? Really? Okay, Woody, you're very low. Fang's still just going up, doing some damage. Fish is off to the side, but Caitlyn actually doing a good job. Oh, Flash has come out. Oh, it's the double hit into the brush. Fang gets picked up as well. Fish, you can just clean this up. Just stay back, stay alive. And a 1-for-1 trade, Carrix. Oh, that's an angry bee.
That's very upset as Fisher just didn't have vision there to get that last headshot. So now both teams just need one more level 3 fighting immediately. Yesterday's 2v2s, we had both of them decided by the tower being taken. Never want that. We want fights.
That's boring. Yeah, this is what we want. These two teams, they know what we're after. They just want action upon action, Carricks, and we might just get it because I don't think there's any signs of slowing down. Look at that. We got the Dirk now being picked up for Pop 9. A lot of bit of extra lethality damage coming in good. Lee Sin, not doing too great, Feng. They've burnt all summoners except for Woody with Snowball. Oh. Okay. Pop 9.
Gotta be very careful around this Elise. If you take a cocoon, there's a trap going to be put under you.
Oh, it does land. Sonic Wave. Oh, okay. Bang. Let's just relax for a second.
He's showing off.
Every time he looks like he's going in, he's just pulling off to the side, and I get a little bit more nervous. I have a weak heart. We all know this.
ADCs do have mechanics. See? Showing off some Lee Sin.
I get it. I always knew this. Fang's always had these skills, but he's just never taken it to the jungle because he's an AD carry player. Like, this is just the travesty of League of Legends when you're playing in your 5-man with your boys and they're just like, nah, man, just go jungle. And you're like, I don't want to jungle. And then they force you, and then you feel really bad when you lose the game. Look, again, maybe I'm having a lot of regression tonight here, Carricks. Everything's bringing up all these past emotions.
The Howling Abyss is a little bit of a pike therapy room, apparently.
Yes, I go here to just let my anger out, Carricks.
It's all right. We've all needed it after some solo queue.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm looking at this though, and I feel like DFM might just have the answer because if Woody, like you said, gets one good cocoon, it kind of spells disaster. But we're waiting on level 6. You can see Pop 9 and Fang are just very comfortably saying, look, we just sit back. The tower's almost taken. If they take this, I'll be so mad. But it's the level 6 power spike. Once they get this, it's going to be pretty easy for them to jump in. Everything on one person, and it should hopefully be a GG. But there's level 6 for Pop 9. Still not available. There it is. There's the ace in the hole. Good shield. Just to get a bit of poke damage, Carricks. Just a little bit of poke. Going in.
Here we
Beautiful.
go.
Is it going to be a dark? Woody is low and an easy pickup. DCG, they hit 6 and they full send. They get to pick whether they're going blue or red side first or if they want that first pick. So we'll have to see what this is going to turn into. It is DCG second pick. DFM are going blue side.
Blue side and second pick. All right. I think that makes sense. DCG taking second pick, I actually like that. It lets you isolate your bot lane a fair bit. You know, if Ashe Seraphine gets through draft, you can just snap that up with your first 2 picks. Maybe that's the angle where we're going to play here.
Yeah, maybe. Like, I think that's a good call. I think giving us, like you said, snap up that bot lane duo, or even maybe get like a good mid-jungle duo where you can control the state of the game a little bit more. Like, Nocturne probably going to get banned out, but Orianna still highly sought after here too. Taking a good look at our coaches here, Carricks. They're looking prime and ready to go. I think I saw a yawn out of them before too, so I don't know if they're feeling just as excited as I am, but you know what? I'm here for it. I'm ready to see what they're going to draft up, but at the end of the day, it's their first game of the night. It's a best-of-3 series here, Carricks. We both predicted the 2-0. Now, we've talked about champions. We've talked about like what our predictions will be. Where do you think the most action's going to be in these games? I think you might be saying bot lane.
I think you read my mind. Bot lane is where I'm looking. I think both of these teams have had pretty good performances out of their bot lane, particularly love DCG. Been very impressed by Fang.
Yeah, I think Chassis as well. If they can get Chassis onto these more aggressive, like all-in champions, I'd love to see like the Alistair, like the Blitzcrank, and sort of these ones that are quite strong. Or because it's so mage meta right now in the support role. It is also like these support mages, enchanters. I'm not sure if I like it for the LCP just in general, Carricks, because I feel like we're so aggressive in how we play. I don't think that the enchanters give us that edge that we want from our players. What do you think?
I think it depends on the player. I think when last night watching BA, he plays every champion like it's an engaged support. So maybe it's just on our supports to find that sort of inner crazy that lets them just walk into the enemy jungle on Karma on repeat.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, we're going to have to ban out the Karma as well because that's always an interesting one. But we're in draft phase here, ready to go. Carricks and 80 carries absolutely are getting targeted. Varus, Ezreal take it off of the side of DFM. We've got Rumble and Orianna the other side.
Yeah, it makes sense so far that Varus and Ezreal have just been consistently high tier. Ezreal, particularly on this patch, is a bit of a nightmare. Don't want to let Feng get his hands on that one. Rumble taken away as well. I'm noticing that Ashe Seraphine are still up.
Yeah, that's so true. They might be hoping that it does get through just a little bit, but if you take one away, you have to sort of pick up a little bit more as the Nocturne does come through for the final ban here over on the other side for DCG. Let's see what first pick is going to be. Do they prioritize top lane? Do they prioritize the jungle? Makes a lot of sense. J4, such a staple in the jungle right now. Could be what works for them.
Yeah, J4 is still sort of this dominant pick in the jungle. Just does exactly what you need him to do every time. Not a huge amount of variance. He just will put the Cataclysm down, and that's always really, really great. Also does deter the Ashe Seraphine a little bit. Ashe doesn't have any counterplay to the Jarvan ult, so may turn DCG off that if that is what they were looking towards.
Yeah, I think, but now it makes it a little bit harder too. You pick up the J4, you do have to think about, like, what is your next pick? Do you go like the Ashe Seraphine Rise? You talked about how this might not be the pick. Lee Sin instantly snapped up instead. No better way to get out of Cataclysm than to be a blind monk who can jump over walls attached to wards. That's the dream some days, Carricks, and I'll be honest about that. If I could do that, I'm basically Daredevil, and that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Bard looking to be the pick as well. An interesting one. This is a champion that has been pretty high priority all through the split. Has fallen off a little bit though. Not out of pick ban, of course. You'll still see it has 85% presence. That doesn't surprise me at all. But to see it pick this early is an interesting one. I'm curious what DCG are looking to sort of box out from DFM.
Yeah, I think, well, this sort of opens up like that Ashe Seraphine too, like that there are picks you could go for. Lucian Milio is such a big combo at the same time as well, especially in the hands of Cocoon and Woody. Woody on this Enchanter is actually quite strong. It hasn't been super relevant. I guess it's only just started to come back into it, but there's the Caitlyn now being hovered, pairing that with a Bard. You get that little bit of extra range, maybe a little bit of extra safety. You get those good heals. But Lucian Milio, we've seen such dominant performances out of this bot lane duo for many games. Really, was this the right call from Relove DCG to hands it over?
I'm not too sure, honestly. I think you do have superior range in the lane when you have this Caitlyn, but you could have gone the Lux over the Bard. You could have really punished the lane. I think DCG have just kind of done the halfway house where they picked the Bard thinking, let's just see what the enemy bot lane's going to do. And then said, oh no, this is a lane we can Caitlyn into. And yeah, you've sort of got the slightly worse pairing. And of course, as you were saying, Lucian Milio, if they get out of lane unscathed, this is a combo that can do absolute wonders.
Like, it's like, it just talks so well to that nice front to back. Lucian can use the culling to get that little bit of extra space. Milio with a free cleanse. The only downside is you can't cleanse out of, I don't think, Bard's Tempered Fate. I might have to fact check that. But if you can't, that's really good. Like, it is a nice pickup for Xiaoxi to be able to land those, but I'm looking at it, and DFM have drafted pretty well so far. Now it comes down to the next side of the band, as we're seeing Vayne, we're seeing Cassiopeia and Anivia taken off the board. I don't mind the Anivia ban. I think we've been seeing Anivia so much of late, but it's always nice to see the bird gone, because I don't like versing that bird either, if I'm being perfectly honest, because they are just a menace in lane. They can just perma push you in, and it's been counteracting into a lot of other plays. So really nice pickup from Relove DCG to get rid of it, but they're looking so strongly at mid. What sort of does that leave open, Carricks?
I mean, I think the Victor is something that's been coming back up. That DFT rune is really good on him. You can sort of upgrade that W early, just get 15% slows constantly, just stack up a lot. And of course, Aurora as well, Annie. Sort of just reading off the hovers, but all of these do make a lot of sense. I actually would like to see the Annie here. I think you've got an explosive teamfight comp brewing for DCG. It makes a lot of sense. For DFM, though, I think we do counter with something like the Victor.
Yeah, I think Victor's going to be good. You could even potentially play something like the Azir. Mel, too, is obviously going to be so good. The point and click, sending it right back with rebuttal, makes a lot of sense, especially with like the ace in the hole, too. So it does do a good job. I've been seeing a lot more. It's a lot more prevalent in solo queue. It actually got a little bit of a not a debuff, but it's actually had its win rate lowered just because I think people are starting to recognize how to play around it. But in the pro scene, it's a very different story here, Carrick, and I think this is a really nice pickup. A lot of damage in this mid lane too, especially if Annie walks up just a little bit too far. You can get oh my, are they actually hovering Yone? Come on, Momo, you can do that. The Yone top, Jace is fine, I guess, but Renekton's better. I want that Yone. They sort of teased me with it.
I think Renekton, sadly, will be the pick. I would have loved to see the Yone as well, but this has been something that Momo's actually had quite a lot of success on. He's played it 3 times, and he's won 2 games, which for DFM, that's pretty great. He has a positive win rate on the Renekton. So hopefully he can keep adding to that today, as Nah is the last pick. I actually thought DFM were leaning towards Nah with the Vayne ban, but in the end they just go the Renekton, and Florin just answers. He's super comfortable on this Nah.
Yeah, look, I think that's going to be a big thing, right? As we've seen Florin be so impactful in team fights too, and in the hands of an Nah who's going to get a bit of an earlier lead in these games. I really like it. I think Florin has shown time and time again that they can lead the team a lot better, not just team fights, but in regards to where they should be going, where they should be putting their priority. I think they need to let Pop9 off the chain, but somehow reel him in at the same time, because we know this jungler for the side of Relove DCG can work the map really well. And with a Lee Sin, I think they could be making some really early ganks.
Totally agree. I think early game aggression is going to be the name of the game. If they can get this online, you first pick a Lee Sin, you spend draft capital on it. You need to make it work. And I'm just keen to see how they do it. Relove DCG, when they've been successful, it has been around early game plays.
Well, we're just going to have to wait and see, though, Carricks, because we're loading up into the game so soon. Are we going to get game number 1 of the night? Detonation Focus Me versus Relove DCG. This is always one of those games where it's really hard to say which team's in the lead because they sound so similar. It's like DFM, DCG. Like, it's a whole lot of Ds going on. And you know what? My brain can't read too good. Neither can it word well. You know what? That's probably a bad thing for a caster. I can word well. Don't stress about that, guys. We're going to be all set. But we're on the rift now, character. Rearing and ready to go. Pop9 being looked at it. He's able to sidestep just a little bit, checking out those visions. But we're on the rift. How do you feel? Oh, let's look at skins, actually. Ooh. Got this Lee Sin. It's a nice one.
That's the standard one. Pandemonium Annie. That's a good one. That's the new one.
That's probably the best one in the game thus far. Still being caught out on that vision. Rain Shepherd Milio kind of beats everyone. Yeah, the Rain Shepherd just wins out, unfortunately. That's true. But yeah, vision across the board and seeing a little bit of aggression out here on the Rift too. And okay, this is also a hard thing, right, for Fang. He's got to get through so many of these little shields. And Xiaoxi needs to be that real big pressuring force and walking up and hitting them. And this is the Caitlyn effect. I had a game just the other day where I was playing against a Caitlyn in the bot lane, and I couldn't do anything. They just kept walking up near me, and I was just pushed off the wave. So really nice to see that they're doing exactly what's happening in my solo queue games too, Carricks.
True. We always have hope that maybe we're just as good as the pros, and then you watch the game a little bit closely and then realize, oh no, not even close.
Oh God, when did they get that much farm? I can't farm like that.
Citrus is covering here, has been spotted out though, so no super early ganks. He's just going to recall after taking his Krugs, reset up to that top side.
Yeah, not too bad. Might be wanting to look for a little gank up on that top side too, but already you can see Momo shoved in Florin, so probably not looking for anything too crazy. I was hoping for a bit more of an explosive early game, but full clears make a bit more sense. Actually, fun fact, both junglers backed and reset with a longsword. Like, is this the new thing? Like, usually you would do a full clear in the jungle, and then that would evolve into you being able to just maybe get a gank, get the first scuttle after getting a full clear. It's a bit of a different story now.
I think it kind of tells me that they expect that there's maybe going to be a bit of a fight over like sort of early priority around the level 4 marks in the lanes. Because they just want to go back, get a little bit more stats, make sure that they're full health going into this. Because they'll both still get the full clear done before the Scuttle Crab spawns.
Yeah, no, not a bad call. And it looks like it's going to be a bit of a trade of Scuttles as well. You can see it is going to be DCG on this bot side. Just securing bot side Scuttle, but it is going to be Citrus up on the top. Nice little moves. And you can see as well, waiting for the chickens to load back in. Pop9 doing a good job, just trying to probably read up a little bit, but deep vision, deep vision.
Yeah, it's a really valuable ward as well. Gets a lot of information on where Citrus is and isn't. Obviously, he's going to show as he crosses the mid lane here. So people playing pretty face up, but Pop9 lurking.
Ooh, I like it. Oh, Pop9 actually going for this. It is the Lee Sin. Flag Drake burns the flash out. You can see Fisher got stunned up too. There's another flash coming out. Citrus is holding on. Pop9's gone back in. Flashes over the wall. Pop9 with the first blood at 3 minutes 40. Almost a little bit too easy. And we've got fights out of the bot lane. Cocoon also went down. Woody's being chased out, and DCG 2 on the board at 4 minutes.
Out of nowhere, Pop9, really clever stuff there, just lurking. But we'll have to have a look at exactly what went down in the bot side, because we shouldn't be seeing Kakun dying early.
No, absolutely. We should not be seeing that early. Hopefully we get a nice little replay of that, but great read from Pop9, being super aggressive and reading exactly where Citrus was going to be going. I think that's the aim of the game, is Lee Sin was a little bit more on the ball. Oh, but here's the bot lane fight.
So it was Kakun starting it off as, does he just retreat onto that trap? I really hope not. No, it doesn't get there. They're just overestimating his damage. Kakun not able to do it. And oh no, forgets there was a trap in the middle brush. Oh, you hate to see it, Pike.
That is incredibly rough, especially when you've burnt the flash, you've burned your E forward, you're trying to be aggressive and then caught by a cupcake. That's me at snack time every time I'm at work. Caught by a cupcake, Eric. It's done. But no, really nice pick up there as well. It is very feeling dominant so far. Gold across the board is definitely more comfortable on the side of DCG. Every member up just a little bit. But it is a 1.3k gold lead thus far, only at 5 minutes. So it really comes down to, how does DCG take this first step here, Carrix, and move it forward to the next objective? We've got a Dragon up already. We've got Voids coming up in 2.5 minutes.
So we're getting a little replay of Pop9 ambushing Citrus here. Citrus clearly thinks that Pop9 is just sort of bluffing on this one. But with how Fisher's been bullied early, he comes over and Mel just doesn't have that impact around level 4, and it is kind of just an extended 1v1, and Lee Sin doesn't really lose those early on to Jarvan. You asked the first step, how DCG is going to snowball it. We come out of the replay and find that out pretty quickly, as Pop9 will secure his team a Dragon, move in, get more deep vision in the enemy jungle. DCG, they're looking clean.
They're looking clean. I should just be redoing my washing at this point.
Oh, no.
Looking Pop9 once again, gets the kick, but no, nice rebuttal as well. Fisher getting hit, but they're going right back in. Pop9 is not slowing down, picking up another kill this game. 1k gold lead, and now, okay, Woody's saying, I got you. I'll bring your chickens out for a party. Shousey is here, waiting in the wings, but they have to back off. Carrix, it's domination out of DCG.
Yeah, and I think we're getting told through action why they put so much early prio. Oh, hang on. Top lane.
Oh, Florin just happy to gnar just for the fun of gnaring.
It is fun.
It is. I totally agree with that.
But as I was saying, we're seeing why they put this early priority into Lee Sin. Pop9 clearly has the moves, as he's going to find Citrus again.
Yeah, they're just trying to take chickens once more. Hongshu does land a stun, but chickens are more important. At the end of the day, you've got to get your protein in, Carrix. It's definitely why we're all here. But you know what? I use a protein shake for mine. I don't go and eat chickens live from a random alcove. But Citrus as well, now trying to be getting a little bit more. What? I love my protein
New
shakes.
jungle item. Yeah, it's a new jungle item. You should add it.
That would be a great. Oh, real quiet. Are we not listening to this? We know Tyler 1 would love that too. Yeah, and then imagine if you and it lets Set play in the jungle, and then it's just him, and every time you're at a camp, and if you do more sit-ups, you get like a special like quest or something, and you have to do 1,000 sit-ups before like 30 minutes, and you get like the spatula item or something. Just ridiculous.
Oh my. Riot, I hope you're listening, because we're spitting straight fire here.
Flash Cataclysm. Stun's not going to be coming out as Hongshu's just dancing around. Does get the golden. Cannot survive any easier. Hongshu just took everything and more and survived it, Carrix.
Hongshu just broke their ankles. Like, just walked in the perfect circle. Wow, perfect play, and now they can turn it around.
Oh, another flash coming out. TP did get used as well. Tempered Fate there also, Carrix, but still, flashes burnt from both sides. Actually, Hongshu didn't flash. That's actually insane. Yeah. They did not flash that part. Oh, Citrus as well. Pop9 able to steal away the blue buff and walk out with his life. That is so rough.
Did lose his flash, so a little bit less explosive for the next few minutes, but with how he's been playing, I think Flash is a handicap he barely even needs. And we go back to the bot lane, and I mean, every time we look down there, it gets like, have a look at this replay. Hongshu has Flash. It comes up sort of at the end of the play, but he just sidesteps there, moves down to dodge the Mel damage, gets the double stun, and just walks out.
Yeah, now that's why you pick Annie there, everyone. That is the Annie pick in a nutshell. Especially for Fisher, but now Pop9 being spotted out on a ward. Cocoon looking to take on Pop9, a little bit of damage to the trades. Ace in the hole is going to come out. Pop9's incredibly low. Culling's been used, but Pop9, it is the Lee Sin diff. They are able to survive just a little bit longer. And there, look at this tower bot side too. Citrus, flagging, not dragon, but this is the power of the Caitlyn in the bot lane. You have so much range and so much pressure. You can just melt these towers.
Yeah, I was sort of oh, hang on. It's Florin and Momo once again clashing.
Yeah, not about to go Meganar as well, so maybe that's going to be the turn as the Dominus is still in effect, so maybe Florin realized not really worth the fight right now.
Yeah, but I will, give some credit where it's due. This is Momo doing fairly well. He's a little bit behind in CS, but has been reasonably safe. But this is the power of the Caitlyn, as you said. It's just relentless pressure. Xiaoxi has been constantly roaming, forcing Woody to do the same. And in the straight 1v1, Kakuin versus Fang, it's just not fair. Lucian just doesn't have the range to be able to do anything to this Caitlyn, and they are just going to slowly work this tower down.
Not even that, they're still poking them out so hard from this tower. Citrus is coming down, might just be spotted out on some wards. In fact, spotted out on a lot of wards. And first tower at just shy of 11 minutes in this bot lane. Actual domination from this bot side of DCG. A 1.6k gold lead on the Caitlyn alone.
Yeah, and this is now a 4,500 gold lead. Basically out of nowhere. Has just kind of... Like, there's a couple of kills, don't get me wrong. Obviously, Pop9, he made some lovely plays. There was that solo kill in the bot lane, but that doesn't add up to nearly 5,000 gold at 12 minutes. This is just a full 5-lane press from DCG.
And I think this was the different side, right? The DFM is Tempered Fate, tries to get the rebuttal, but not going to be able to get this. The good stun does come through. It's going to be enough as they do get sent packing. The Radiant Volley doing some damage. The Solar Snare able to lock down this Annie just a little bit more. And Pop9 being aggressive again, living inside of Citrus's jungle.
Exactly, and they can constantly do this because here's Xiaoxi, again, just always here on the Bard. Woody, of course, can roam in as well, but it's just not really equal power. Hongshu joins the play as well. Ace in the hole. Oh, it does get rebuttal, but of course doesn't do very much damage on the rebuttal. Even though it is very funny. I don't know how DFM put this one back together.
Look, with a lot of super glue, I've heard duct tape is pretty handy in these sorts of situations, especially on your keyboard once you've just sort of like smashed the table with it. But still, 5k gold lead. It's only 12.5 minutes, which is kind of disgusting. But you got to put a lot of effort. It is on Pop 9. Look at the CS difference. It is a 50 CS gap in this jungle. And it's purely because Pop 9's just lived there. And like you said, Xiaoxi's been roaming at the perfect times. Picking up the bagpipes means he can have that little bit of safety, the healing. But what can you really do when Fang is now punching out all of this damage? And they just want to look for everything. Is Pop 9's trying to join? But instead, they could be looking around this top side, clearing out wards. Getting a little bit more as Momo in a bit of a predicament as the Dominus has been popped. Florin trying to hold on a little bit longer. More trying to get the bait as there's the magical journey. Trying to get some stuns, some slows, but Renekton's, they heal pretty good when the Dominus is lit.
That they do. I do actually think Florin might have bitten off a little bit more than he could chew there, but again, it was Xiaoxi just ahead of the play, constantly on tempo. Pop 9's here. Uh-oh, Momo.
Yep. See ya, Momo. Not long for this world. You might be able to dash out. Oh, could survive. One more hit's going to do it. And Florin picking up their first kill of the game. 6k gold lead is nigh as they stopped the flag and drag. Hongshu got a proto belt forward, lands the stun. Traps going wide. Where did Citrus go? It was nowhere and everywhere at the same time. The CC was glorious. And Fisher as well. Oh, getting caught out. The root is nice, but is it going to be enough as the rebuttal sends back just the boomerang? Pop 9 just taking all of the jungle again. Wait, where did... Well, no, Momo died before. Don't worry. Just timers are a thing, Carrix. We got to remember this.
Oh, there's a lot going on. I don't blame you, Pike. This is a hard one to track because DCG have put their foot to the floor. They're in 6th gear and they're flying down the Autobahn. They've got somewhere to be. Because they are not letting off for even a second. Like they've got dinner booked.
Yeah, that's right. They'll be like, we got a reservation, guys. Like my girl's trying to take me out for dinner. I need to win this one up real quick. And DFM are like, yeah, my bad, sorry. And we're trying to end it a bit faster for you, but we don't want you to win.
So far, though, I've been really impressed with basically all 5 members of DCG, but Xiaoxi has been just pretty much exactly where he needs to be at all times. Maybe doesn't realize he's hatching a ward right now. But other than that, just super, super ahead of the play. That top lane play, he gets there exactly in time to make sure that Florin's all right. They turn it around when Pop 9 arrives. Just really good stuff. The linking up of the support jungle, exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about. We always talk about sort of that mid-jungle synergy. It's now the jungle support where it is. There's going to be, they don't know that they're really on a ward. They're trying to bait it out a little bit. They know that something's awry with that pink ward sitting on top. So they know they just can't walk up in this situation. But wards be smart. Cocoon dashing forward again. Tempered Fate is going to miss. Xiaoxi takes a lot of damage. Pop 9 sends a kick. The Dragon's Rage is good. Here they go. The flash goes forward. Pop 9 picks up another kill. The Golden Eclipse is able to claim one back. Fisher is on the board, but a double kill for Pop 9 is leaving them in the dust. Looking for another Sonic Strike, but it's not going to land. See if they can just open up this mid tower and take the lead to 8k at 16 minutes.
Crisis averted. Perfect game won't come in. Calm down. No. We were on track for it, but thankfully, Xiaoxi making sure that we don't have to think about it any longer. They'll just take the kills. They'll take the mid lane tower. They'll take the Herald. The funny thing about this Herald is I actually think it's kind of hard to get value out of it because where do you drop it? You don't have any outers to crack.
I feel like this is where you got to sort of play around those next objectives, right? We got 1 minute on the next dragon. Why not just drop it top? If you give it to Florin just to take for a ride, and then he just TPs in for the fight, like you have to deal with it in some capacity. So that could be the play. Look at that over the wall. Beautiful kick. Oh.
Perfect stuff. Exactly what we want to be seeing. Even Xiaoxi going down there. It doesn't really matter. That's his role to play. They had to put so much into him just to get that 1 kill back on the support. I mean, just have a look at the inventory. It's a little bit depressing when you look at the ADCs. We're very close to a second item if we're Fang. We're just combination gold off of probably an IE. And then you look over to Kakun and he's got the whole store of daggers. He's just like, what is the cheapest thing that I can buy about 10 of?
Yeah, it's definitely looking a little bit rough. I'm curious to see what Cocoon's looking to try and pick up too, because they've only got that Essence Reaver as the flag and Drake's good. The rest of the team's trying to join. Pop9 hit with a Cataclysm, but actually uses the stopwatch just to survive a little bit longer and gets shut down. It does go over to Momo. The Crocodile is now feasting pretty good. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to continue this leave a little bit more, as the Dragon is up and there's no jungler on the side of DCG.
Yeah, a little bit too big for their boots there. Just very deep in the enemy jungle and caught out, as we saw. The Bard ult didn't really help Pop9 there. He's caught in stasis. And as you said, no jungler on the map should mean that this is a dragon for DFM. But with the traps blocking the exits, you might get the dragon, but do you get away?
More as they're trying to go for the re-engage flag, and good. Xiaoxi is getting chunked out. So is Hongshu. The shutdown's even better. Here comes Florin. It's a 4-man. No, he's doing the damage and getting it all done. Absolutely huge from Florin. Turning this fight. Fang is just throwing out as many bullets as possible. They picked up Momo. Florin is chasing Fisher. Usually it's Fisher the one looking for a catch, but no, they're not going to survive, unfortunately, here. It is Pop9 coming for the cleanup. You killed me before, and they still secure the dragon here, Carrick. What is going on?
Just turned around on the back of some heroics by Florin. I thought that was maybe starting to swing towards DFM. I thought maybe DCG got a little bit too big for their boots, but no. Just puts it on his back. Let's have a look at this replay. Even the engage was a little bit scuffed. The Tibbers stun was perfect, but still, it looks like maybe... No, the chance is gone as comes in from a flank, has the big TP shield. There's just nothing that can be done. Perfect play by Florin.
Absolute execution. Now Citrus is off the other side. Xiaoxi getting hit. Tempered Fate used Woody. Ace in the hole is just going to get blocked up. Citrus, you're going a little bit too far forward there, but you have a Crocodile in the wings. Now it's about backing off once again. Pop9 does get slowed, but they're pretty comfortable right now. I think this Lee Sin's pretty strong.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just 5-1. This Lee Sin is a problem, Pike. If you're a DFM fan, if you're a DCG fan, he's the opposite of a problem. He is exactly what you want, as he's 3k ahead in his direct matchup. We're approaching a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. This is destruction.
Yeah, it's so hard to think how you sort of can come back, but if there is any hope, you've got to give some love, as it is these catches coming out, and no way, Xiaoxi taken out once again. Fang be able to get a little bit of damage out. That is the Rift Herald being popped. Let's see if they can take the charge in. Bang, taking a culling to the face, not ideal. They need to clear this wave, looking for a charge. See if they can hit that tower, get everything they need. Is they're going to be able to secure this tier 2. Nice little Rift Herald. Not going to be able to follow it in for a second charge, but a tower taken is gold in the pocket.
Then it is. Xiaoxi is caught out, though. I will give credit where it's due. DFM, despite being so far behind, despite being in a really terrible position, they are still able to recognize where they are able to bite back a little bit. DCG need to clean it up just that little bit. It seems ridiculous to criticize them at all, I should say, in this game where they are so far ahead. But still, that's what we want to be seeing. We don't want to see Xiaoxi throwing his life away for very little.
Yeah, no, that's it. They took a tower, so it's still a semi-decent trade you might make the argument for, but it comes down to who's going to be able to take the game. But now Hongshu finding someone. It is Citrus trying to take a ward. Cosmic Binding not going to land, but still getting poked out and electrocuted is rough and couldn't even take the pink.
Yeah, look, it's a bit rough. Not even being able to pick up wards is no fun at all, as Fang drops one as well. They've got vision control everywhere, Pike. It really does feel like we're just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Yeah, look, it's not even dropping the shoe. They're basically picking it up and throwing it at this point. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to lock anything down. Tempered Fate does go to the side. Fisher able to get out of dodge. Protobelt used defensively is not what you want to see. And now it is Hongshu and Pop9 sitting comfortably on a pink ward. And look at Florin here. Look, just happy, comfortable, camping down on this bot side, taking towers. So it's just free gold and free real estate, you might even say at this point. So they are looking. Hongshu could be caught out. Cataclysm flash as well. Protobelt to get out of dodge too. Pop9 looking for the re-engage. Oh, no. Might be able to land a little bit more. Flores on the back line. There's the Dominus. Stun is good. It's onto 3. Fisher is not to be seen, but no, Florin just absolutely minced the Crocodile. Pop9 half health, but wants to go for a little bit more damage. They're able to lock it down. It's a double kill for Florin. It's so much. The magical journey over the wall. They're into the tower. The golden eclipse is beautiful. It's a triple kill. It's a quadra kill. It's everything, but the ace still went over to Xiaoxi. Florin is absolutely devastated, stolen when it was right there in his hand. But they're looking at the Baron here, Carrix.
Cheeky Xiaoxi, taking away what would have been one of the funniest pentas we've seen in a little while. Could not, really, as the kills were coming in, just couldn't believe they were all going to the Nah. And this starts with an aggressive play from DFM. Again, I respect them trying to take anything they can. But unfortunately, there's just nowhere for them to go. They're trying to stay as a unit. They're trying to fight back, but they're too far behind. Pop9 is just too good on this Lee Sin. And I mean, I don't really know how all of these kills go over to Florin. It just seems to be cleaning house. And then Xiaoxi at the end said, no pentas here.
You earn your pentas in my games here, Florin. This is how it works. But no, really big play there still. Like, that's a lot of gold go to. Still shared the same amount of damage as Pop9. So it is this jungler topside now just getting all the damage in. 6-0-4 for Florin with a 40 CS lead is not too bad. Let's see if they can take this dragon fight as they're looking. Momo off to the side. Getting taken out with the magical journey, forcing him off, but it is still a 4-member unit. See if they can get the Nah, but is it going to be enough? Pop9 getting him with the flag and drag off onto the backside. Let's see if Citrus is able to hold on in the wrong spot. Tempered Fate goes out. Flashes are burnt. They're just clearing out the vision. It's too much Timbers, and there's also the culling. Cocoon picks up Hongshu. Pop9 needs to be careful as they're trying to go for a little bit more as Momo on that back line. Fang is no long for this world. It's Pop9 though. He's starting to pop off again, and Florin is just getting the damage off. Double kill for Pop. Is he able to hold the line and keep it going? There it is, a double kill and a triple with the ace, and the Dragon Soul is within their grasp.
And DCG, again, it looks like an angle that they could get punished, but it all works out off the heroics of Pop9. They'll get themselves a Dragon Soul. They'll get themselves a 15,000 gold lead at 25 minutes. The graphic can barely show 15k of a lead. It's not meant to be that big. Now, looking at this fight, genuinely, this could go really well for DFM here if they aren't so drastically behind. DCG, they get really split up. It's a perfect ult from the Milio. Woody does perfect, and they're all disjointed. They don't know where they want to fight, but unfortunately, they're 15,000 gold ahead, so it doesn't matter. Pop9 is too strong. He's too good. He hunts them down. There's actually a really lovely stun by Xiaoxi as well in the top of your screen. DFM, that was about the best chance you're going to get, but I think it might be a little bit too late.
Yeah, you can even see the damage there too. Yeah, we're seeing some goods out of this Lucian, but it's just not good enough when you're seeing Florin and Pop9 just charging at you. This jungle is no longer Citrus. I don't think it's been Citrus's jungle since like minute 3.
It's true. It's been pretty rough. It's not often you see a proper Flame Horizon in the jungle. But that's what we're seeing here today, Pike. It's what we're seeing from Pop9. He is an absolute monster.
Yeah, and you can already see they've already taken that bot tower, tier 3. Now they're taking it on top side, just opening up this map. The Baron buff is no longer in effect, and we're waiting on the Elder, but the thing that makes this even harder that we haven't even touched on, it's a Mountain Soul here, Carrix. They're just so tanky. Florin is not taking any damage, and he's just taken Momo for an absolute ride just then, cleaning him out. And now they're just looking at all 3 inhibs at the same time.
Yeah, it does sort of feel like they're just dotting their I's, crossing their T's as Florin flicks.
Look, it's just too much, and they've taken in Hibbs left, right, and center. Where do you think you're going? Pop9 will hunt you down. There's no stopping as Fang picks up Citrus. This should just be the cleanup that they all were looking for. 19k gold lead for DCG. 7 kills to 24. This was an absolute shellacking, Carrix, and it was DCG in the driver's seat taking us to school on how to play League of Legends.
Just a demolition there. DCG showing everyone that they are much better than their standings might suggest, as they put down a DFM that has been on the upswing. They put them back in their place.
And what I'm really loving is this feels like the DCG that we saw all from Split 1, where they were just on it. They were switched on. Everything was clicking. Every cylinder was firing, and they were making it work and getting plays across the board. Oh, look, if I'm DFM, I'm feeling a little bit nervous after that one, Carrix, and I think you're feeling it too.
I really am. Can we see another performance like that? That would be something to write home about if they can do that twice. Look at the damage out of Florin.
What is going on? Like, how, Carrix? That is so gross. You tripled his damage. Tripled.
Exactly. Tripled the damage. I mean, just a ridiculous performance off this Nah. And what's crazy is looking at that, I don't even think he was the man of the match. I think Pop9 was still the real person going insane. It's hard to choose.
Pop9 in that early game was just sort of felt like he was everywhere. It's the Dream Lee Sin to be so aggressive, but the thing that really scares me, we look at the stats, look at the other side of it, it was just all zeros. They did not give them any objectives whatsoever. It was the absolute truth of domination as we're starting to look into some highlights. And this was that first kill, the step on, the cupcake is just devastating with the headshot too. Nothing you could really do. And now this was the fight that started the game off for us.
Exactly, and this was just like an ambush by Pop9 where he just put his mechanics on display, just dodging around everything that Fisher was doing, able to hunt Citrus down, and got himself off to such a strong start. I mean, this was the greatest play I've ever seen. Look at Hongshu, just chill as can be, double stun, see you later. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, but it didn't get better for DFM. I do think they showed a few moments where they knew what they were doing in fights. They did have some good mechanical showings. Unfortunately, they were just too far behind in the early game. They never really got to play this game.
No, it's absolutely true. This play as well, Florin, that's like the player of the match sort of level play there, throwing out so many boulders that just did so much damage too. It's very hard. Even this one, like you can see the visions there from DFM, the signs of life where they're like, yeah, we can take this play. And it was just them, it was like you said, a gold diff, really. Like the flash was up and look at the damage that's just coming out of DCG. You can't stop them.
Exactly. Can't stop them is exactly the word. And this is where Florin picks up a a quadra kill that very easily could have been a penta if there wasn't a cheeky Meep intervening. But how crazy is it that we have a game where a player barely doesn't get a penta, has triple the damage of his lane opponent, and we're still like, was he best on ground? Hard to say. I think that just shows how incredible all of DCG was.
Yeah, like every single player on it was just absolutely head to toe running the game how they wanted to play. And that's the big difference. I think what we see in the LCP is these very different sort of game where, yeah, maybe they try and give one player like the bit of the lead instead. There's a nice little insect there too. You can see the kick was just before the jump over. So beautiful mechanics coming out. But that's the thing is we're starting to see a different level of gameplay as we move along throughout and get closer to international. It's more a case of these teams need to start stepping up to dominate further, because that's the only way you can really progress as the team. So really nice to see Real Love DCG coming up with the goods and pushing it further. But Carrix, that was a fairly quick game. Let's take a short break. We'll be right back for game number 2, DFM versus DCG. Oh, it's just too much. Enjoy.
안녕하세요. 저는 DFM의 미드라이너 피셔라고 합니다. 我是 Fisher DFM 的中단일단 저희 팀의 코치님인 타나님이 제일 어머니 같은 분이라고 생각하고, 그 이유는 매일 요리도 같이 해주시고 다른 사소한 것까지 선수들의 약간 사소한 부분까지 다 케어를 해주시기 때문에 타나 코치님이 제일 어머니 같은 분인 것 같습니다.
我觉得是 Skywalker， 他都会帮我们整理一些家务事，倒垃圾、打扫、清洁类的。
Giống như người mạnh nhất trong team thì em nghĩ là chắc là chị Lily thôi. Tại vì chị luôn luôn động viên tụi em, với lại luôn cho tụi em ăn uống đầy đủ.
小西，因为我只要吃不健康的东西，他走过来都会说又吃这个哦，这超不健康的。做什么事他有时候在旁边碎碎念。
俺は丸さんと思います。この理由はいつも俺が悩んでる時、相談とか困る時、いつも声かけてくれるからめっちゃ母親と思います。
Để miêu tả một người tính cách giống như mình ở trong team thì mình nghĩ có anh Nôn. Nôn là người tính rất là thiền và nói chuyện cũng rất là nhẹ nhàng, và cũng rất là quan tâm với những người xung quanh, những đồng đội và những người em ở trong team. Thì mình thấy cái đó là cái giống cái tính của mẹ mình hồi xưa, rồi cũng hay quan tâm đến những đứa con và cũng muốn biết suy nghĩ đứa con mình đang nghĩ gì á, và quan tâm đến cảm xúc cũng như là cái từng miếng ăn, từng cái sức khỏe của con. Thì mình thấy cái đó giống của anh hiện tại.
新来的辅助，因为以前也照顾过我嘛，所以我觉得他比较像我的妈妈。可能垃圾他可能都会帮忙丢，然后就是观察比较细心吧，就是可能需要什么的时候他都可能会帮忙。
Kiểu hay nói và hay nhắc nhở tem thì chắc anh Bi là người kiểu hay nhắc tem dọn vệ sinh và kiểu phải giữ cái môi trường nó sạch sẽ một chút. Với kiểu ảnh cũng nhẹ nhàng, giờ này cũng nhẹ nhàng nên là cũng hơi giống.
啊，我不会画画哎。
Dễ xong chị Ly dẫn em luôn rồi, em coi.
Ồ, có cái gì xấu không ta? Có quay lại rồi.
还有一个眼睛，头发一些痘痘。
他要用一个奇怪的东西来代替，它是饭团，但没有白色的，所以没有米饭，它就只能当黑色的海苔。哎，海苔是黑色还是绿色？
Không dễ trả gì luôn.
就这样啊，灵魂化石。
Đừng đánh này nha, chết em á. 好了，差不多了，头发卷一点。
Cái đó dễ gì nào đó.
Rồi.
Skywalker， 祝你母亲节快乐！
祝小西母亲节快乐。
Kino， 祝你母亲节快乐。
丸さん、母の日おめでとうございます。
祝Tana母亲节快乐。
Chúc mẹ thật nhiều may mắn và bình an luôn luôn tới.
Chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Anh Bi chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 Coach Comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
Back and ready to go as we are entering into game number 2 here at the LCP. It is week 6. It is still the first series of today. It is DFM versus Relove DCG. Now, the big thing on everyone's lips is, does Relove DCG take the game 2 just as convincingly as they took game 1, Carrix? And you have the answer.
Do I? I don't know if I do have the answer. I think it's a tricky one for sure. Look, I think DCG are pretty good. That's how I'm going to say it. DCG are pretty good at League of Legends.
Well, DFM have got that first pick, so DCG are going blue side. Now, we all know the true slogan of League of Legends, blue side, best side. But we know it gives a lot of domination as well, so we'll have to see what DCG is going to be pulling up from out of their sleeves this time for this one here, characters. Yes, it is Fearless Draft, so we've lost those main champions. We're not going to see the Lee Sin pop off again. What would you like to see moving into this one? You know what? I want to get a little bit crazy with it. I'd love to start seeing some more mages in the jungle.
I'm so there with you. Zyra is so good in jungle on this patch.
Yeah, that's
Zyra
exactly what
jungle
I'm
is back. Lock it in. I'm so on board. Pike, we're so in sync. I love that. I'd love to see that kind of thing come in. I think realistically, we're looking more towards Neferi. We've seen Vi coming back in. These heavy engage sort of frontline champions. For Pop 9 as well, he's looked really good on Neferi. I think that's the highest priority I can see.
Yeah, true. That is a big part of it. I think this Neferi is that sort of big staple pick where these junglers love to get onto the back line. They'd love to be able to evade sort of anything. Mostly we would have seen the Neferi into the J4, but saw a little bit of a different game plan. So maybe it is just DCG feeling a little bit fire tonight. Maybe they've got something in their belly. Maybe it's a little bit of coal and they're cooking up the goods. We'll have to see as we're still waiting to get into the draft. But I guess the big question is, are we going to get Orianna through? Are we going to see a Rumble Cassante matchup again? Is Ashe Seraphine going to come to the play? Will we see the response being the Zeri Yuumi again? I feel like it's gone a little bit out of meta now too, but still so many options on the board, and Ezreal is the first ban.
Yeah, I think Ezreal is going to be living in the bans for a little while. Doggo sort of showed off what that champion can do last week. We've seen it rear its head a couple of times, and I think ban is where it belongs. That is an unfair champion. Orianna taken away, as well as the Rumble. I like that Rumble's just being banned. I'm cool with not seeing Rumble for a little bit.
Look, we've seen so much Rumble, and it's always the same matchup. They're always putting it up against the Cassante, like, same with the Varus, like, get it off the board. Like, the bans are always very similar. I found most likely going to get, like, a Nocturne here to take that off the board as well. But also Ryze is another pick that, there's the Nocturne, instantly called it, just makes the most sense. It comes down to what could we see being picked up instead. We still have Ryze available in the mid lane, Camille being hovered instantly. Yeah, okay, Ashe makes a little bit more sense. That Camille scared me for a second. Ashe, maybe have to give the Seraphine over, is good.
Yeah, I mean, I would have loved to see a Camille. That would have been very, very fun. But looking at Ashe, B1 does have a little bit of the risk in that the Seraphine could get picked away, and then what do you pair with the Ashe? Karma still available, though. Maybe that's where DCG go. Maybe you try and find a way to play the Karma into the Ashe Seraphine and just really win that lane. But it's not super easy to do.
Look, you could actually, let's run it back a little bit. Let's go a little bit further behind. Ash Braum could very much be a solution and an answer because you can block the Encore. So, but you're right, you bang on the money. It's the Jhin Karma instantly being picked up instead. So I like where your head's at. And the Karma, see, I'm still a little bit on the fence about the Karma. I haven't seen a good game on it yet.
Well, maybe this one will turn it around because if Xiaoxi's performance in Game 1 gives us anything to go off, his Game 2 performance should maybe convince you. You can come join the Church of Karma. I've certainly been well and truly indoctrinated in that one, as the Seraphine being locked in for DFM makes a lot of sense. This is a big duo that we see so much in the bot lane. Kakun and Woody should have a much better time this game.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a little bit easier. It's all about sort of getting that lockdown in CC. I feel like Xiaoxi will have a little bit more of that priority, though, being able to get a little bit of those enhancements and get those mantras off. We'll have to see, but Xin Zhao is now well being hovered by Fisher, so I really like the Xin Zhao here. Really good pickup, and the starting of their draft for the side of DFM is looking really good.
Yeah, I do agree. I like what DFM's putting together. I think Xin Zhao works really well. Citrus on the Jarvan, he got outclassed by Pop 9. He sort of lost in a lot of 1v1 scenarios, but in terms of playing his role, I actually think he did that quite well. But this is a pick we've seen coming back in. We saw a bit of it last night. We saw a bit of it last week. The Trundle coming out of the jungle. And this is so hard to deal with for Ash Seraphine.
It really is. Like, it's just going to be so much pressure, especially with that pillar that's going to go up. It's just going to be right in their face. It's going to disrupt so much too. But also, it's a tower taker. This Trundle is made to take every objective off the map so quickly. So I really like the sort of matchup that they're putting into it. And now they have a bit of frontline. So it is going to alleviate that pressure for Xiaoxi on this Karma to be able to poke out from a distance. But the Anivia, as we enter into the second ban phase, is a nice takeaway.
Totally agree. I think that's something that could have been flexed around between top and mid. You just don't want to deal with it. The wall as well, obviously really good against Trundle. He is just going to run at you if you can make the run a bit longer. Really good things to do. Rise removed. Just a bit of an attack on the mid lane in general. I imagine the DCG have something cooked up here.
What do you think they could have cooked up, Carrix? Flesh it out for me.
I mean, honestly, I think it's not super easy to fit into this comp because it requires a lot of damage from the top side, but I'd love a Galio. I think Galio with something like a Trundle is so good. You can just run at them, you deliver the Galio onto their head. I think the only problem with that is you're going to be a bit low damage unless you pull out something crazy in top lane, where Florin can be your big damage source. Not necessarily something that he is super known for, but even just something like Ari would be really great. There's two immobile characters in the Ashe and the Seraphine. It's not that hard to catch them with a charm.
Yes, that's a really good call too. You do have great wave clear. You can get to these fights around the river as well. You open up so much space with your Spirit Rush too. But Aurora as well, very similar sort of play style where it can sort of expand the team fight and lock them in and slow them down. So I kind of like where this is going. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, look, Aurora does make a lot of sense. As I was saying, the problem with something like a Galio was a lack of damage. Obviously, Aurora solves that problem very, very easily. This is a huge amount of damage. It's hard, again, for something like Ashe to play into. We saw last night, Aurora's just being assassins in the sort of fantasy sense, but they were just sitting in stealth, using that to just run up to an ADC that anyone had left alone for half a second and just blowing them up in half a second. Hello, Zoe.
Hi, Zoe. Welcome to the Rift. We're excited to see you. Fisher pulling out the Zoe pick. Oh, some paddle stars and portals across the map here. What do you think of the Zoe pick? I think it's got some great pick potential, Carrix.
It certainly does. The question is, how does it play with the rest of the team? I guess if you get hit by an Ash Arrow, they follow up with a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, an Amp Besser ult, that's going to kill basically whoever it hits. So, I mean, look, it's a team composition with an identity, and I really like whenever there's a clear identity, I think you've done well in draft.
Ooh, yeah, I kind of like the Vayne here, and they lock it in. Oh my lord, this MBES is going to have a bit of a rough time in this top lane with a Vayne. Like, there's no, like, Trundle's your front line, and look at the damage out the back. Like, this is DCG saying, we don't need a tank or anything. We will just absolutely blast you from afar. And DFM on the other side, they're saying, we have all the lockdown we need. You guys are fairly squishy, so watch out. Oh, these are some hectic drafts here, Carricks.
Yeah, they really are. I was not expecting the Vayne into the Ambassador, but Flora just throws down the gauntlet and says, no, Jin, he's not a real hyper carry ADC, but we still want one on the team, so I'll put that on. It's a bold pick. So far, the Vaynes have been a little bit hit or miss in the LCP. I've loved it as a counter pick to the Gnar. I haven't loved it elsewhere, but maybe they're going to change my mind tonight.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them as we are getting our coaches off the stage so we can get ready for game number 2. DFM fighting DFM Fisher. That is the lane you need to be watching as they are rearing to go in this mid lane. Oh, like, Carricks, we need to just take a quick breath, because if there's any indication of a last game, I'm nervous for my own voice tonight. I'm a little bit scared.
Yeah, I think we need to make sure you're supplied with some nice milk and honey to make sure that your throat can be looked after. As you are going to be in for a bit of a workout, because these are two comps that really, really want to fight.
Milk and honey. I've always been a big fan. It's a ginger, lemon, and honey tea is like the go-to.
Good.
Yeah. Demon Curse Vayne, new skin on the Rift as well. Firecrackers in Pearl is always nice. It's very cool. Battle Bunny and Prestige Eternal Aspect Zoe. Okay, a little bit of a flex. And then Dark Cosmic Jin, Project Ash. I think Project Ash is the best one. Base Seraphine. Woody, what is this?
I like base Seraphine. I don't like a lot of her skins, so based pick, actually, Woody. I'm on your side, but of course, best skin is chosen to the Wolf Ambassador. So Momo's got my vote for this game.
Oh, Florin just walking up into these bushes to just attack Momo. Early heals, exhaust being used, and this is just the Vayne power spike, level 1 apparently. Oh my lord, what do you do?
It's pretty brutal stuff, unfortunately. The exhaust as well just means that Momo had absolutely no way to fight back. Once that lethal tempo was stacked, Florin just owns the lane. And yeah, I mean, this is why people love range tops. It's why we just love playing against them.
We love it.
Definitely don't make us hate the lane.
It's an island for a reason, Carricks, and if you're taking a ranged into that island, clearly you don't really care about the other person joining you. But Pop9 looking for a little bit of a flank as they are looking to go onto Fisher. Going down, let's see if it's going to be enough damage as Hongshu trying to go back in. But nice Sleepy Trouble bubble does keep Pop9 from making any real impact.
Yeah, just walks in, takes a bubble for his trouble. He's able to just immediately transition into the rest of his jungle, though. Momo desperately trying to clear the wave. But, it's not fun. I played basically this exact matchup yesterday. It was great. I got my Duolingo done for the day in laning phase. Didn't miss a beat.
That's not inspiring.
Ooh.
So now Citrus looking to join this fight. Let's see if Florin is able to get out of dodge, but does throw the back double flashes burnt. Citrus can't commit as they're just under the tower, but I like the commitment.
I like this a lot because it alleviates a lot of the pressure onto Momo. Momo should be able to shut this wave in. There's no teleport on Florin, so he's going to have to actually walk back up. Momo, he'll be able to get a reset. He'll actually be able to get some buy. If he had to back before farming that wave, I think it might have just been a refillable pot or a glowing moat. The absolute nightmare kind of back, but he should actually, he gets a longsword and the pots. He's a lot happier now.
Yeah, it's not a horrible way to return back to lane, but still is not too great as Florin picking up a little bit of movement speed as the CC's coming out. Deadly Flourish is hitting its mark, and Fang's got a really nice lead in this early game. Again, what we can really point out for this DCG roster is, especially in this series, they are just controlling the lane state to their absolute perfection. They do not want to let up. The aggression coming out is on point.
Exactly, and this is the power of this bot lane, just able to constantly throw damage. Ashe doesn't have any mobility inherent in the kit. You can't really dodge the follow-up Jin W to any of the Karma poke. And as the observers are pointing out as well, that ward deep behind enemy lines, they know exactly where Citrus is.
And that's the one thing, right? Jungle tracking is so prevalent, especially with the Xin Zhao. You need to be knowing where Citrus is going and what they're sort of looking to move towards, because they're about to walk over another deep ward up right near their Raptors, and Xiaoxi having to use a little bit of a managed chain, see if it can do the damage as Deadly Flourish goes out. Still locked out. CC heals, charms. It's all they're going to be going for as well. Cocoon Xiaoxi has to flash. Fang has that fourth shot. It's going to do some damage. Let's see if they can return this fire. Cocoon is going to be looking to return a little bit more. Fang is getting slowed up. Here comes Pop 9. Misses the Deadly Flourish, and they do get out with their lives. Now it's about the dive.
They certainly are thinking about it. They've got to push the wave. They've got to interrupt these backs, which Pop 9 can do. Oh, he's only going to interrupt one of them. Woody has been put on the sacrificial altar.
Yeah, not too good. Sometimes when you go back up on stage here, Woody, it is not the place to be. Throwing out some damage. They want to give the kill, and it's first blood over to Pop 9. Easy as.
Easy peasy. Now, Citrus wants to return the favor. If they can dive on this top side, they've got to get this wave in.
Got to be careful though. A little bit of an overextension from Florin could be a bit of a disaster, but Citrus is spending a lot of time here as now the wave has come back in. Let's see if Citrus wants to full commit. Here's Fisher as well, looking for a little bit of a fight. Goes into the final hour. They're trying to find out where he is. Sends him back. Public execution's good, and it is a 3-man dive, and Momo picking up their first kill. A nice trade on the top side, Carrix.
Perfectly executed there. They just don't hit him before that stealth goes away. Don't let him buy time while the tower's actually ramping up on someone. Just wait and then turn it around with the public execution, with the layered CC. Now, Momo with a kill. He's pretty comfortable in this lane. Still will get pushed in. Still isn't going to have much fun, but he's going to be able to fend for himself a lot better than he would be without it. And this is the thing about this Vayne top is I feel like if you're going even, you're losing.
Yeah, no, that's not ideal. That's not what you really want for a Vayne, especially in the top side. But now, is this very similar? Is this very recreation of your game that you experienced of this character? Like, give us a breakdown. Were you still just sitting under your tower farming against the Vayne, or were you in a better of a spot where your team was coming to support you?
Oh, hang on. Pop 9 having another look down towards the bot side of the map. Doesn't actually turn into anything. This is going to be a recall. I thought maybe there was an angle to find Citrus in his jungle as Xiaoxi walking forward. Just more damage being layered in. Are you understanding why I put so much emphasis on the Karma now, Pike?
Yeah. Like, I see it. It's nice. It's still not everything I want it to be. Like, I feel like, I don't know if you just like overhyped it. Like, it's like, it's doing a good job. I'm not gonna lie, but it hasn't got the kills on the board just yet. It's not the super effective I was hoping from the early stages too. I think Ashe Seraphine, as the game goes on, is going to be a little bit more of a nightmare.
Yeah, look, I think Ashe Seraphine as a duo, certainly in team fights, will have more of an impact than Jin Karma, but I think individually, these champions are pretty scary, but Fisher needs to be worried.
Getting jumped on, has to flash over the wall. Crystal Arrow does not hit its mark, and Fisher survives, having to burn the double flag as well. And Florin, what are you doing there? What's going on?
He took an arrow.
Across the map, he's like, what are you doing, man?
Okay. Thanks. I guess I'll just take my hands off the keyboard for a little bit. Never fun to just get hit by the stray cross maps. But that play in the mid lane, Fisher burning resources, does give Pop 9 the priority to go in, get himself some grubs. they'll be pretty happy with that first jungle objective because we are at about 8.5 minutes and no one's really looked towards Dragon.
Yeah, no need to go for Dragon when the Void Grubs are confirmed. This is Trundle's best friend, those little voids. As Florin, below half health, has to go the final hour. Oh, sidestepping everything and is going to survive this one out. A nice cheeky play and a hands check there from Florin.
Yeah, good stuff there by Florin, just able to deny the Citrus engage. Momo kind of throws a Hail Mary public execution. With the recent nerfs as well, it's very hard to just hit those dry. You do really need a bit of setup. I appreciate the attempt, though, don't get me wrong. And Momo now actually 10 CS ahead, shoving that wave in, getting himself, another pop of the Crystal and Growth. He's pretty happy on this MSO.
Yeah, look, slowly coming back in. That 1 kill on the board is enough to just alleviate that pressure of the Vayne. But the problem is, Vayne is always inevitable in these games. No matter what you do, they still are going to scale up. They can fight it out. And I think even Momo might feel that fire as the game goes on. But we're still looking bot side as well. It's a nice 20 CS lead here for Fang. So definitely feeling a lot of controls. The curtain calls there. There's the encore being used too. Woody has to be careful, but you actually saw Ash use the Crystal Arrow to cancel out Fang's curtain call. Now they're looking for a little bit more fight as Dragon is potentially what they're looking for. They're forcing them off. No Seraphine means they could look for it or just a good reset.
Yeah, they send a lot of resources down to the bot side. That Crystal Arrow that you pointed out does put paid to any kill potential. As Hongshu does get back to mid in time, so I guess nothing really lost. Just a bit of an adventure down on the bot lane. And we got to stop tapping up to the top side. It's hard to watch. Poor Momo.
Oh, especially with the Void Grubs now too. Like you think like it's going to be so hard for them to be able to do really anything because if you hit that tower once, get a little bit more of that extra empowered damage, and that's just what Florin's going to be doing. Perma pushing them in, and Momo has to farm safely underneath the tower, even with a slight lead.
Exactly, and that slight lead, I do think one thing that remains true is that Vayne needs to win lane. It doesn't just need to go even, doesn't just need to win slightly. I think she does need to really win the lane, which I think will start happening. That gold lead is going to melt away. Citrus is having to come back up here again, apply a bit more pressure onto Florin just to make sure that the Momo is safe, as Woody now in so much trouble.
Pop9 has to be so careful. The chains are even better, and Pop9 with another kill on the board. 2-0 for this Trundle. And now they're looking at Cocoon. They can just hit this tower, but I don't know where this Ashe is going to go because there is no wave and they're still locking it down. Final shot, Fang picking up their first kill as well. And it's just a little bit too easy for this Trundle pick right now.
And Woody's got to be a little bit annoyed. He's between his own towers. He's all the way back where that blue ward is, and he's just being beaten up by a Trundle. That's just no fun.
It's rough. It's hard to see and watch, and the vision's just catching them out too. So what can you really do? And as well, Florin now saying, hey, look, I know there's no real response coming out of Citrus in this bot side. I can be comfortable and just sit under my tower, farm up, be the Vayne that you all need me to be, the late game monster. But again, Shousey, once again, doing a really good job rotating around, and ooh, Crystal Arrow just misses.
Yeah, good dodge there by Hongshu. Had the quick fingers, but now Woody, Pop9 on top of him.
Pop9 going for a little bit more. Encore does hit. Protobell forward. Woody's just gone. Nowhere to be seen. As now Fish is trying to hold on a little bit longer. Momo does TP in. Shousey is low. Getting charged out by Momo, but in the back line, Hongshu's trying to get the damage off Citrus. Might just survive it out a little bit longer too, but is the damage enough? Florin is here, getting it done. Let's see if they can get a little bit more off as Pop9 jumping over, throws up a pillar. Damage is good. Throws out everything they can. Hongshu's picking up a kill. Momo's trying to hold this line, and Fang's trying to sit back and throw out the damage too, but still the triple kill for Hongshu is all she wrote, and it is Relove DCG back in control with a 4K gold lead.
And that was decided by tens of health, not hundreds, not thousands. DCG, by the skin of their teeth, take a dominant team fight. They'll get the dragon as their reward, and they are looking just as strong as game one.
If not more
Why
so.
am I? Yeah,
if not
I
more
really
so.
do.
5k gold lead
Exactly.
in 13 minutes is so gross again. And you can see Pop9 just walked up here and Woody couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Woody just gets caught out. He does land a big Seraphine ult, so you think maybe that's all he had to do. But it's just able to split the fight. A really perfect public execution. I actually think if Feng gets involved in this fight, it goes even better for DCG, but he comes in super late. But it just doesn't matter because there's no answer to Pop9. He's an accelerated Trundle. No one can burst him out. No one can really hold him back CC-wise. So even though he spent most of that fight on about 30% health, there was no one that could actually finish him off. And now Hongshu is lurking.
Yeah, Hongshu very strong. Might be able to catch out Fisher. Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits, but not going to be enough. Paddlestar does go back and Florin takes a decent hit.
Yeah, not bad there by Fisher. Just immediately CC's the bigger threat. Recognizes that if Florin gets on top of him, he's in a lot of trouble. Just holds that back. I do need to see a bit more from Fisher. So far, this Zoe has been staying alive, has been landing good bubbles to defend itself, but hasn't really had the impact that I'd like to see. Maybe about to prove me wrong.
Oh, that's some damage coming out and Citrus in the wings, but they are spotted out too. Hongshu going to be able to walk away, but Hongshu now 4-0-1 is a score you have to put some focus into. It was Florin who was taking a lot of that early heat up in this top side, but they forgot about mid. They forgot about this bot lane too. Both mid, jungle, and bot have bounties on their head, and it's only 15 minutes in. Now they're looking at the Rift Herald, DFM, early to the objective.
Yeah, DFM super early to this one. I don't know if DCG is really going to be able to contest. They are sending a teleport. They maybe want to just try and get a tower in exchange. Yeah, I think that is going to be the play. I think that's completely fine as well if you're DCG. Rift Herald will often get you a tower, so if you just get a tower, you're fine. Florin as well, getting gold with those tower plates on the side lane, getting more gold for himself. DCG, they're kind of doing it again. It's the 5-man press.
Yeah, look, they know exactly what they're doing. 1 member bot, 4 members mid, and Bessa and it is Momo up the top side. Between Worlds actually being used just to stay alive and jumps over the wall to safety. Nice little secure pick there too. But now Momo picking up first tower for DFM up in this top side. Gold is now leading for Momo, which is good to see, but it's still a 3.7k gold lead for Relove DCG, so they still have strong control over this game. Baron up in 3.5 minutes, but Next Dragon is in 2.
Next Dragon in 2, exactly. And that should be another thing that DCG just focuses on. They want to scale this one up. Just pick up the dragon on spawn. Just go there every single time. Force more fights. You're stronger than your opponent. Last game, I feel like despite the fact that they were obviously so unbelievably ahead, it was basically an unlosable game. In the mid game, they did look a little bit lost on how to end the game. Hang on.
Ooh, Encore goes through. Citrus now taking a lot of damage. Let's see if they can hold a little bit more public execution to the backside. Momo hitting Hongshu. Xiaoxi throws the heal. They're trying to keep Momo at bay, but Hongshu's able just to survive a little bit longer. No, but it is Fisher getting the shutdown. Curtain call's been used. Let's see if they can get anything more as Florin's taken so low. In fact, he's been taken out. The shutdown is good. Fisher now being careful. Pop9 now in this mid lane throws up the pillar of ice. Looking at Cocoon. Chomp, chomp, chomp. It's a feast for days. Where did this Ash go? Pop9 is on a killing spree and is not showing signs of slowing down, but signs of life again. DFM dropping the Rift Herald top. Has Coach Comms coming in for the first time in the series. Nice to see.
Exactly, and DFM do fight back. They come out ahead across the map here. Good stuff by Pop9, of course, to just recognize that Kakun was undefended. But overall, DFM are happy with that one. Momo went huge in that fight. And we'll see it in the replay here. This is what I want to focus on, is look at the amount of auto attacks Florin puts into the Crescent Guard from Citrus. He doesn't get close enough at any point, really. Here, this whole time, Citrus is not actually taking damage from that 4 auto attacks from the Vayne. And then he turns around, Fisher lands a really perfect bubble. Florin can't escape, and DFM win the fight. Just really well executed. And I was saying I haven't really seen why we picked Zoe. I'm seeing it now. Fisher's really good at it.
Yeah, still just slightly behind though, but definitely leading in farm. Those two items are nice to see, but DFM first to the dragon, as it seems, as they did win that little fight. Now they're looking for a little bit more, as there is a TP coming up for Hongshu, but it's not available, so this could just be a trade of objectives. And what that tells me is Relove DCG, they know what their priorities are. They have the Void Grubs. Why not just prioritize every tower and still start snowballing your gold lead? They went down to what I think was like a just shy of a 2k gold lead for the side of DCG, but now it's back up to 3.
Yeah, they do just sort of cash in that standing gold, able to find some farms, some towers, some plates. DCG, they know where they want to be. I still think around the dragons is their win condition. They need to keep forcing fights. They need to keep their foot on the gas because I don't want to see them slowing down. You can't give Ash Seraphine room to breathe. If Kakun gets himself back into this game, he's 0-3 at the moment. He has been sort of taken out of relevance, but if he gets back into this game, it gets pretty tricky.
Flash is coming out. Momo had to be very careful there, as it was a good little onslaught. Crystal Arrow is heading mid, does not hit its mark. Fisher was looking for a bit of a follow-up, but nice reflexes there out of Hongshu. And still, it is unrelenting. The push in this bot side is big. Fang is trying to get this damage off, throwing out those dancing grenades, but is it going to be enough as they have to back out? Really good defense coming out of DFM.
Yeah, DFM rallying there, really good stuff. We saw 2 back-to-back coach comms coming in from Paz, so evidently quite a lot to say to sort of right the ship. We never know exactly what coaches say, of course. We don't have the audio and we don't speak the language. But I imagine it was just talking about how we want to play out this next 5 to 10 minutes. I think if in 10 minutes, that lead has only grown to, say, 3.5, 4K, I think DFM are actually pretty happy.
In how long did you say? 5 minutes?
In about 10 minutes. I'd say if we hit 30 minutes and it's only about it's about a 4K gold lead, I think DFM are actually pretty happy.
Look, but I'm also looking at this, like, you got a fed Hongshu's 4-1, who's definitely going to be dealing a lot of damage. That Storm Surge means their burst potential is pretty big. They've also got a Vayne. This is one of those champions, I said it at the start, you have to be worried. Yeah, they got the Hex Plate, and yeah, it's not as much damage as you would hope, but Vayne scales so well, Carrickson. And that's where my fear is lying. And I think if Florin is given, like, literally the road to just do whatever they want, they could run this game pretty well. You did, however, warn me. You said at the start of the whole series, you're like, Florin's a bit more of like, that's a bit of a supporty, sort of tanky, engage, sort of top laner. Haven't seen too much of the Vayne, so it's a nice change of flavor, if you ask me.
Yeah, and look, don't get me wrong. I don't think he doesn't have that string in his bow. He just hasn't shown it so much. We saw in game 1 how good he was on the Gnar. He ended up being a huge damage threat, and bubbles landed.
Yeah, Encore as well. The layered CC, is it going to be enough? As Fang is here, TP's now coming back out. Citrus could be caught. Ice Pill is good. Between Worlds is being used, but Momo TP'ing into a bad spot. The whole team's there. Citrus has to flash the wall. They're just looking at Momo as the damage is good. Sleepy Trouble Bubble has been thrown out. It's sort of blocking the way. Curtain Call's nice. One final shot might be enough, but it's just not going to do it. And Citrus, Momo, they have to back out. The Baron's ready to go, but I think they have to be so careful here, Carricks. They might not have the damage to do it, but they could be able to clear out the vision. Hongshu actually went over the wall, seeing if they could pick something, and Cocoon, a little bit fast on the hands, but still a good fight coming out of DCG.
Yeah, lovely stuff there. Honestly, I thought Pop9 was in huge trouble when they dumped all of that CC onto him, but it just wasn't enough. They didn't have the damage to pop a Trundle immediately, and that's, I think, part of why this champion is coming back into the meta is the one shot's just not quite there. Let's have a look at the replay there. He just gets caught recalling. The bubble's thrown at him. They layer everything fairly well. But where's the actual damage meant to be? It's sort of only Citrus able to consistently hit him. And that's just not enough. As soon as Pop9 doesn't die, this fight is already lost. Yes, Momo's teleport was super unfortunate, but obviously it does manage to get away. They put up the bodyguards to dissuade the last shot of that curtain call. But the fact that that started with a catch just shows how far ahead DCG really is.
Yeah, now the gold lead at a 3.5. It's just crept up a little bit more. Fang in a bit of a dangerous spot. Crystallara hits. It's going to be enough. Encore isn't available just yet, but is going to be able to get out of there too. Fang has to be so careful. Sleepy Trouble is used. There's Windtongue's Lightning. Fang has to flash over the wall for safety, and good proactivity from DFM. They're back in this still, Carrick. They're working hard.
That they are, and blowing the Jin's flash 10 seconds before Dragon makes this really hard. Jin is not a very mobile champion. He runs fast, but he does just run. As they'll start it up, it's hard to push into this comp. You've got to dodge the bubbles. You've got to stay away from the encores, but Pop9 wants to get it going.
It's all too much as Between Worlds does a lot of damage. Hongshu picks up Citrus. That's your smite down. Momo now into the back line with a public execution, but a whole mess of champions are there and ready to get some damage off. Fang picking up Momo, and that was their hope for these team fights. Flashes goes forward. Hongshu gets the damage off. They can do anything but destroy them. Woody is the last man standing, and unfortunately the show cannot go on for this Seraphine. Dragon secured, towers taken, and it is DCG back again, driving the bus.
Driving the bus straight through DFM's house, it seems like, as they've just crashed through them there. Added a second Dragon to their repertoire. Fang comes back out. I thought losing Flash would be a real problem, but just have a look at this. Look at the damage that goes immediately into Citrus. Doesn't have his Dusk and Dawn yet, so he can't drain tank back up. That's what he wants to do, but he just gets one shot out of it. Kakuin's playing Ashe. Does actually a really good job getting back over the wall, but it's mostly because of the attention that Momo draws, and there's no actual fight back here. Hongshu, I mean, just incredible stuff, really, on this Aurora. He's sort of been flexing on it. Only saving grace.
Playing like a madman. Yeah, Sleepy Trouble Bubble is good. Citrus actually has to ulti the Crescent Guard use just to avoid the damage out of Florin. Like, it's now that, yeah, Fang is really strong. He's 3.5 items deep. Pop9, that's a very dangerous spot. You are just going straight for them. Hongshu has the damage Between Worlds. Ooh, look at the damage. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble had no effect on Hongshu. Wow, they just walked with confidence, Carricks.
And I think this is part of the problem is Citrus has gone this sort of New Xin Zhao build that's popping up. He's got that Dusk and Dawn. This sort of half AP Xin, it becomes this drain tank. The problem is you can't drain tank into a Trundle that's stripping away your resistances and then you're getting one shot. Like, Aurora is basically just dealing true damage to you. And speaking of dealing true damage, Hongshu just got a taste of it. Gave a taste of it, I should say.
The absolute disgusting. You're serving that in a restaurant, I'm sending it back because I do not want that in my game. And it should be an easy Baron pickup for DCG. The control is good. They've just hit the 10k gold lead now, Carricks. 26.5 minutes in. We sort of knew that this explosion was going to come out. Oh, easy sidesteps. Not a care in the world for this Aurora.
Doesn't care at all. That catch could have turned something around, could have been a big bounty, but he's too quick, he's too good. And now DFM, I said that if at 30 minutes it was only about 4k, they'd be happy. It's now about 10k 5 minutes before that. And this starts off, Citrus just way too far forward, just disrespecting Florin, really. The Crescent Guard has already used. He needs to be hitting something. He needs to be trying to use this Dusk and Dawn, trying to get the drain tank. But he just, all your resistances are gone. You can't be a drain tank without them. Nothing can be done. The tower is purely cosmetic. We come back to live and we go again.
Straight back into it, Carricks. There's no stopping. They've got the Baron empowered minions forcing in this mid. Florin is in the bot side. You can also see it's Hongshu in the top side. How do you really contest them? You have to walk through so many different ways, and they're just winning in these 1v2s as well. Pop9 now walking up. Remember how fast they take these towers. 1, 2. That's only 2 hits, and it's almost gone. They should be able to open this bad boy up and start to free hit the inhibs. As now it is Fang pushing in mid. Lands the nice little bit of a flourish, but we'll have to see is Tower 2 gone. This Baron power play, 3.5k gold already. Hongshu is just whomping out the damage. Level 16 confirmed, and there's just nothing you could really do. The onslaught is just too much. Crystal Arrow goes out, but Florin is still going forward. Very deep encore hits. It's not going to do enough. The curtain call goes through. Let's see if it hits its mark. It does. Hongshu able to lock them down. Cocoon is so low. He hit from behind. It's a beautiful shot. Nowhere to go, and it is Fang coming up with the goods. And this is just Relove DCG. Absolutely unrelenting, unstoppable. The force that cannot be overcome this series. And DFM did not have an answer. And you can see on their faces, this is the Relove DCG we've been waiting for all split long, Carricks.
That it is. That was a dominant two-game performance. It never looked in doubt. DCG, take a bow, because that was an absolute smashing.
Oh, absolutely. Not even that. It was just domination across every lane. There was really good signs of life, though. You could see that DFM were trying to get some moves, and they had some really good communications. They were grouping up as 5. They were getting the damage off. It just wasn't enough. They were just a little bit too far behind, and there it is. That fan, well, not just the fan, but the fan he's holding, I kind of want both now. Can he come over? Can he help me fan me off a little bit? It's a bit warm in here for my liking, but maybe I need a little DCG fan. Florin, phenomenal performance. Oh my lord, Pop9. Just, honestly, that's my MVP right there.
I think it's hard to choose, but I'm definitely leaning towards Pop9 with both games. In the books, Pop9, I think, had an incredible performance. A pop-off one that could say that Lee Sin in particular was unbelievable, Pike.
Look, even the Trundle, I think, towards the end there, didn't die once. So I think it was just to show that the Pop9 is in full control of these games and has the skills in the hands to make it work. The fact that it was a clean, not just clean, crispy clean, I'm going to use. That's going to be my new things. The CC, the crispy clean win, where they just could not answer anything. And look at the difference. Out of the 2 games that they played, DFM got 3 objectives in total. In total, Carricks.
Oh, that's pretty brutal. That is pretty brutal. DFM, unfortunately, I said before the series that they've been on a bit of an upswing. They took a game off SHG last week, but unfortunately, maybe that upswing has been pushed back to the middle. As DCG came and corrected the record.
Yeah, look, we're focusing on Pop9 for a reason. They have to be my MVP, and I'm assuming they're going to be as this dive. They've easily successfully taken away the wave, and Pop9's still looking so dangerous. Oh my lord, those KDAs are incredible. Kill participation in Game 2 was 90 Carricks. That is off the charts.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. 90% kill participation in the game. The damage per minute in Game 1, nearly 800 DPM. I mean, that might be one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen.
Honestly, and what better jungler to see it on? Pop9 really gave us a good run for the money. I'm keen to see these coach comms, and unfortunately, they just weren't used to the greatest effect. I think where we see coach comms coming in, usually we see a response or a shift in gameplay, which is a big part. And we might not see them, unfortunately, this time, but you can still see, what do you really do about Pop9 on this Trundle here? That's their front line, and I'm not really seeing enough damage to be able to deal with them.
Exactly. I think it is... there's a few layers of issues that came into it with DFM. I do want to give props where it's due. I actually think Momo had a really good game too. Momo is someone that has had a lot of criticism directed towards him. But on this Ambessa, I mean, this fight doesn't necessarily show it, as he just couldn't get it done. Overall, I think he had a pretty good series, but was just outclassed, unfortunately. I think there are happy things to look forward to from DFM, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late, as with only 1 series left, and I'm pretty sure they've got Team Secret Wales next week.
Yeah, and that is the team that is currently undefeated throughout the whole split long. They had a little taste at first stand, and now it is Secret Wales that could be really securing that last nail in the coffin. It is currently as well DFM without a win in any series this split. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a rough draw for them, but we still have high hopes. There's signs of life. It just means that the competition has just gotten that much harder to deal with, Carrick's. Let's see if they can come back potentially next split with a little bit more fire and a little bit more gusto. But we're looking at these team fights, and you can see what they were trying to get done. You could see it. They were just a little bit gold diffed in most of. Look at the Chomp. Look at Pop9's damage.
Yeah, it was a little bit crazy. And looking at DCG, this is another one of these teams that's towards the bottom of our ladder, but alongside CFO, looking to make a really strong late split run. These teams will probably make playoffs. We have a 16 playoffs. There's plenty of room. It's hard when you start in the bottom bracket of playoffs. It is not easy to go all the way, but not easy does not mean impossible. And I think CFO and DCG have shown massive signs of leveling up, and they may well surprise us in a couple weeks.
Yeah, the big thing about DCG, and I think I remember from last split long too, is with their backs against the wall, this is a team that does kind of go rabid. They will just not stop at anything. You force them into a corner and they become vicious and bloodthirsty. So I'm expecting to see the same DCG moving forward as we enter forward into some more games, but DFM really sort of struggling to find their mark. I'm looking forward to seeing what DCG can do. I think they've got some interesting games ahead. They've got obviously one more series in the regular split to go, but it really comes down to, what do you think we could expect from this team? Do you think they're going to go a little bit further, Carrick's, or do you think they're just going to have to fall into the next part of it all, into these teams? But you know what? We don't even have to worry about that. We have a Series 2 on the hands. It is SHG on your screen right now, and they are looking so good. This is arguably one of my favorite teams in the league. They are just controlling it every way, left and right, and they've got some great stats this season too. First game of the split for them was a perfect game.
Yeah, exactly. They stormed their way into the split. They sort of ended last split on the up. They really had a deep run in playoffs, almost made it all the way to grand finals, just fell at the sort of last hurdle, but then kept that form immediately coming in. Some people are saying that maybe they were the best team in the league. I think Team Secret Wales has edged them out now, but second, it seems pretty predetermined. This team is fantastic. Every single player on their team has looked great, but here are the challenges at the same record.
Yeah, well, that's the same thing, right? Like, these are the two teams. They're sitting in that second and third place with the exact same scoreline right now. This is the game and the series to see who's going to elevate up to that second place position. And this is GAM Esports. This team has also been looking really good. I think they've been improving week on week on week and actually stepping up and showing us what it is to be a little bit better and more consistent. And you got to give it on to Dracula, running this series and running these games. Let's have a quick look at our head-to-head, because it is going to be these junglers. We're looking at just a little bit more Van1 and Drakthar, and I mentioned Drakthar for a reason, because he's bringing out these weird spicy picks like the Shyvana too and making them work.
That he is, and Drakthar's level up has really been the story of GAM this split. Last split, GAM looked a bit shaky. They came in sort of in that 4th to 5th and then bombed out in playoffs. Really disappointing. But Drakthar, over the course of this split, after that disappointment, has leveled up. He stepped into the massive shoes that were left to him after Levi's retirement. And now he's looking fantastic. He has been the carry for GAM. So many games and series that could have potentially been lost were put back by Drakthar.
But we put up Van1 for a reason there, Carrick's. Van1 has been an absolute force of a nature in these games too. You can't deny the junglers are so what defined these two teams. But we're going to have to wait and see, guys. We're going to go on a slightly longer break now because it is between series. But stick around. SHG taking on the mighty GAM. Who's going to take this series and solidify that second place? You're just going to have to stick around and find out. We'll see you in a minute.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
On. Shulong. Duro. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Kino. Vista. Matrix. Duro. Oh. Mako. The hands. Duro. Aki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. Ang. Udi. Kino. Ang. Oh. Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
안녕하세요. 저는 DFM의 미드라이너 피셔라고 합니다. 我是 Fisher DFM 的中档. 일단 저희 팀의 코치님인 타나님이 제일 어머니 같은 분이라고 생각하고 그 이유는 매일 요리도 같이 해주시고 다른 사소한 것까지 선수들의 약간 사소한 부분까지 다 케어를 해주시기 때문에 타나 코치님이 제일 어머니 같은 분인 것 같습니다.
我觉得是 Skywalker， 他都会帮我们整理一些家务事，倒垃圾、打扫、清洁类的。
Giống như người mạnh nhất trong team thì em nghĩ là chắc là chị Lily thôi. Tại vì chị luôn luôn động viên tụi em với lại luôn cho tụi em ăn uống đầy đủ.
小西，因为我只要吃不健康的东西，他走过来都会说又吃这个哦，这超不健康的。做什么事他有时候在旁边碎碎念。
俺は丸さんと思います。この理由はいつも俺が悩んでる時、相談とか困る時、いつも声かけてくれるからめっちゃ母親と思います。
Để miêu tả một người tính cách giống như mình ở trong team thì mình nghĩ có anh Nôn. Nôn là người tính rất là thiền và nói chuyện cũng rất là nhẹ nhàng và cũng rất là quan tâm với những người xung quanh, những người đồng đội và những người em ở trong team. Thì mình thấy cái đó là cái giống cái tính của mẹ mình hồi xưa, rồi cũng hay quan tâm đến những đứa con và cũng muốn biết suy nghĩ đứa con mình đang nghĩ gì á, và quan tâm đến cảm xúc cũng như là cái từng miếng ăn, từng cái sức khỏe của con. Thì mình thấy cái đó giống của anh hiện tại.
新来的辅助，因为以前也照顾过我嘛，所以我觉得他比较像我的妈妈。可能垃圾他可能都会帮忙丢，然后就是观察比较细心吧，就是可能需要什么的时候他都可能会帮忙。
Kiểu hay nói và hay nhắc nhở tem thì chắc anh Bi là người kiểu hay nhắc tem dọn vệ sinh và kiểu phải giữ cái môi trường nó sạch sẽ một chút. Với kiểu ảnh cũng nhẹ nhàng, giờ này cũng nhẹ nhàng nên là cũng hơi giống.
啊，我不会画画哎。
Dễ xong chị Ly dẫn em luôn rồi anh coi.
Ồ, có cái gì xấu không ta? Có quay lại rồi.
还有一个眼睛，头发一些痘痘。
他要用一个奇怪的东西来代替，它是饭团，但没有白色的，所以没有米饭，它就只能当黑色的海苔。哎，海苔是黑色还是绿色？
Cũng có dễ trả gì luôn.
就这样啊，灵魂化石。
đừng đánh này nha, chết em á. 好了，差不多了，头发卷一点。
Cái đó dễ gì nào đó.
Rồi.
Skywalker， 祝你母亲节快乐！
祝小西母亲节快乐。
Kino， 祝你母亲节快乐。
丸さん、母の日おめでとうございます。
祝Tana母亲节快乐。
Chúc mẹ thật nhiều may mắn và bình an luôn luôn tới.
Chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Anh Bi chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Here's an overview of how Coach Comms works. Each team may assign one coach per game, submitted with the starting roster. Coaches can be changed between games. Only a head coach, assistant coach, or analyst is eligible. Sub-players are not allowed. Use of the Coach Comms is optional. Here's how Coach Comms operates during matches. The coach is placed in an isolated room, wearing a soundproof headset to ensure competitive integrity. They may only view the 5-player POVs on stage. No live stream, spectator mode, or external devices are permitted. Each team has 3 coach comms uses per game, with 45 seconds per use. Unused users do not carry over. After all users are exhausted, the coach may leave the room. If they leave early, they cannot return. Team members not participating will have access to standard spectator mode for post-game review. Coach Comms has received positive feedback from teams and fans and adds an additional strategic layer to the game. The feature will be reviewed at the end of Split 2. Stay tuned for more updates.
好的，欢迎回来。今天的下半场比赛即将要登场的是联赛的2-3名之争。率先要登场的队伍，他们拥有非常强劲且令人安心、稳定发挥的实力，可以透过神奇的反开来迎接任何的逆风处理。准备要进场的就是飞跃最强 SHG， 上路 Abby 打野 Van， 中路 Area， 下路 Marble。 辅助 Vista， 教练 Torji。紧接着准备要上场挑战日本雄鹰的队伍，敢打敢拼，野区作战是他们最强的座右铭。来自越南的胜利之枪老大哥 GAM， 上路 Kiaya， 打野 Draktar， 中路 Ares， 下路 Artemis， 辅助 Taki， 教练 Null。 擅长打架的越南赛区风格，以及擅长营运防守的 SHG， 两支碰在一起，究竟会发生什么样的事情？马上把画面交交给主播赛评。
Ty, are you there, dude? There's no talking. Well, that was a fun, awkward silence that I just got to experience as best as possible. I love when my headphone doesn't decide to work, but still, Carrix, it's a new series and a new set of games up on your screen as we are about to enter into our 2v2 for series number 2. And it is Evie and Marble for SHG versus GAM's Artemis and Taki. How do you feel about this?
I'm pretty excited for it. I love when Artemis and Taki go out to the 2v2 together. Taki is a crazy, crazy man. Never know what he might bring to bear. Obviously, the synergy of a bot lane is there. Overall, I'm just super excited for this series. Hang on, hold on, yep.
This is Pathol's a big thing. The bait and switch. He threw it to the other hand. Big shout out as well. It is our good friend Evie with a fresh as haircut. I'm not even joking. That is one of the freshest I've seen. It's a nice tapered fade on the sides into a slight messy fringe. You know what? I'm here for it.
Fair enough. I'll pretend I know what those things mean. Whenever it cuts to our cameras, people know.
Maybe I'll be getting the same haircut tomorrow. Who knows? Look, characters, maybe we all need to go get some haircuts. I need to definitely a touch up. I'm feeling crazy with mine right now. It's like way too many centimeters long, but still, let's not worry about haircuts just right now. We're heading into the bans and the picks for these 2v2s. Now, Evie and Marble, this is going to be an interesting one because it is our top and our bot laner. Bit of an interesting combo, but on the other side, it is going to be that Artemis and Taki, so it's a bot lane duo sort of matchup. Are you expecting something a little bit more standard out of GAM?
Nothing standard out of GAM in the 2v2. I would be so disappointed if Taki did pick something standard. Artemis, I'm sure, will. Artemis going towards an ADC, I think, would make a lot of sense. But Taki, he's got something cooking. This is someone, I still remember one of the early games when he came into the VCS, he just locked in Silas support. Wasn't a thing, and he won. So this is a guy that can play whatever he wants.
Playing whatever he wants. That sounds just like me and my solo queue adventures, and usually that ends incredibly poorly. But no, Heimerdinger, Caitlyn banned out. We got an Urgot and a Rengar being picked up into an Echo Varus. We're finally seeing the Varus make it through. It hasn't been banned out. Oh, do you like it here, Carrix?
I love it. It's a silly one for sure. Evie, this Urgot is a pocket pick of his that he's been able to pull out on the actual Rift in the real games many times over the course of his career. It's something he is very, very good at. The Rengar as well, super fun. And on the other side, Taki just going into the Echo. Champion we've seen very little of for quite some time. Keen to see how the boy who shattered time can shatter the Howling Abyss.
Oh, that was a fresh call there, Carrix, and I am here for it. The boy who shattered time. Let's see if they can do it to our hearts as well, as they are trying to win either side selection or first or second pick. We'll have to wait and see as the bridge does calleth my name. Maybe I'll be playing an ARAM after this too, as I was just trying to throw a little bit out. Nice to see. What skin is that for Varus? I know exactly what it is. Is it Darkstar? No, it's the Empyrean. Empyrean skin. Yeah. I've nailed it. Don't you worry, but it's the Korean Chroma.
Locked in. Your skin knowledge, Pike.
Look,
impressive stuff.
It's on point. That's a true damage Echo right there. That's the orange, yellow chroma as well. You can tell by the little flecks of purple in it. Marble, no skin at all. Fun fact, but that is a cheeky little go. Evie's looking for this fight. Gets a good flip off. Now using those machine guns off the leg. Jumps forward, but it's an easy pickup. Marble's all that's left, and Taki's holding off to the back line. The flashes go forward. He's jumping left, right, and center, but it's an easy pickup. GAM controlled the game from start to finish, and that was all but, what, 20 seconds? I didn't even get to say the fourth spin.
I think that GAM, their total 2v2 across the entire split would be shorter than one of the 2v2s from other teams that have gone to like the Ring of Fire or have gone to the tower. They always just fight at level 3. They just like, let's get this done. We know that we're just going to hand sip them. Let's go. And they prove it there. So GAM will have right of first selection. And this is really exciting because I think a lot of this split, we've been talking about SHG, we've been talking about them as the challengers for the throne. And I do think overall, they have looked like the second best team. But just behind them, there's been this rumbling GAM, just building and building and building to the point where they do have that same series record. They're slightly worse in game difference, which is why they are in that third slot. But this is GAM ready to strike out and prove that, hey, maybe they're the second best team here in the LCP.
Yeah, well, that's it. This was what this matchup was all about. It's who's going to make their way slightly closer to the top of the leaderboard, give themselves an easier run in that playoffs area. But still, it's any team's game here. GAM has been looking really good. Their improvement over the split has been phenomenal. But SHG, they have been a bullet all split long, and they are not showing any signs of slowing down. So I have to see what they're going to lock in. This is where it is all really defined. We're at the better end of the split carrots. It all is all or nothing at this point.
Exactly. This is where splits are defined. That slot right behind Team Secret Whales is so valuable as well. Get that first week bye. Dodge Team Secret Whales in playoffs until at least upper bracket finals. It's really, really high value. And this series, basically, I'm not too sure on the maths with the last week, but in essence, decides second place.
Yeah, no, it absolutely will decide second place. You know what? I'm not a mathematician either, so I'm not even going to bother trying, but I believe draft is about to go underway as we're ready for game number 1, SHG versus GAM. What are we going to see off the bat today? Of course, the Nocturne and the Nautilus band out along with the Rise and Oriana.
Makes sense so far. Taking away just the strong mid laners from Aria. Aria has been such a force multiplier for SHG, has just been able to put the world on his shoulders, taking away the things that he's been comfortable on. I wouldn't be surprised to see a third ban. Ban is Ari as well.
Yeah, look, that was exactly what I was about to say. It's like Ari for Aria is still up and available. You gotta cull this guy's champion pool, but it just makes it so much harder because the pool is so deep. You can get Aria on any champion and they're going to have such a great performance, but the least in is the other side ban. I think after that first series we saw tonight, I think GAM were like, yeah, we've got to get rid of that. It's not what you want. But now, Evie with the fresh cut, we're going to pick up the first one, and it is a Rumble, which tells me we're going to get a Cassante on the other side.
Maybe, but I do think the Rumble Cassante falling out just a little bit. Still think it's quite likely to be picked up, don't get me wrong. But Rumbles have been able to start winning that matchup, and it hasn't quite been enough. Of course, we're going to lock up jungles and that. We don't need to lock that Cassante in right now. Getting Drakthar onto this job, and he's looked really good on it, makes a huge amount of sense to me. I'd love to see a mid laner perhaps, or even a support locked away here. Just get some priority, because that bot lane has basically not been touched. They grabbed the Varus. I like that from GAM.
Yeah, I think this opens up a lot more too, because you can pick something like the Bard in the next phase too, so you can have a bit more of that roaming. Varus is going to be feeling safe, but this just tells me that Siva is the likely choice, or even better yet again, Yanara Lulu is options too. But how could I forget? Lucian Milio is still a thing, and you have to be worried about it. And Lucian being locked in tells me Milio or Nami is going to be the next pickup here.
Does get just slammed in. I like that a lot. We're locking away strong combinations for SHG. Marble and Vista have been on the up. They've been looking fantastic, and they will get another chance to flex that here. Now, do GAM lock away the Cassante, or do they get themselves a priority support? Because I think that's basically what's going to get attacked. They get the Ambessa.
Ooh, okay. How do you find that into the Rumble? I think it's a bit of an interesting one. It really comes down to like a hands check, if I'm being perfectly honest.
It's a hands check, and it's also a jungle check. The Ambessa, if you get a little bit ahead, if Drakthar does come up there, maybe they get a dive onto the Rumble. If they just get a little bit of pressure onto Evie, that can break it open in favor of the Ambessa. But if that lane is just left completely alone, I still think it's Rumble favor.
Yeah, I think no matter what happens is you got to Rumble with an equalizer that can burn out these team fights. You're basically giving an equalizer a target with the Cataclysm from the J4. So I don't know. I feel like you have to be so careful if this Rumble's in any form of a team fight. If J4 goes in, it's just going to spell a little bit disaster. But on the counter side of that, with an Ambessa in the pocket, especially into a Lucian, if this Milio is not is too far away from this Lucian, it should be fairly free pickings to pick up Marble on that. So I'm curious to see what they're going to be looking to lock down as the support bans are coming out for SHG. Pike being taken off. I wouldn't be surprised if Bard is also taken out here too. But still looking good as the Vi and the Zins Out bans out for the side of GAM.
Does leave the Deferi up, and I think that just screams at me for Van 1. Does mean that the front line is a little bit questionable. Rumble, not really a frontliner. Of course, they've got that enchantment. As Victor is actually the ban away from RS there. I like that a lot. I mentioned in Series 1, this is a champion that has been coming into the meta with that new Deathfire touch, is able to set things up. Jarvan and Victor, you throw the Cataclysm, you put the Angry Cloud on top of it. It's not much fun.
No, it's definitely not, and I have been subject to that too, and highly recommend banning it out if you don't want to verse it. There's the Bard I talked about. It makes the most sense. You want to get those good rotations. We saw it in Game 1 of tonight too, so I really like this Bard pick. All we need is the T1 Bard pick to really bring out our inner carrier. Sadly, no Nikos as a Gromp in this one, unfortunately, but maybe we'll get it in Game 2 instead. Going to be looking at the next picks here for SHG. They've still got a mid and a jungler to go. There's not a huge amount left on the board for them, if I'm being honest, and Aurora is up and available.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora, just this champion that's very blindable. Teams seem really comfortable slotting it into basically any team comp. They don't seem not to be particularly worried about what can be picked into it. I think Victor would have been pretty rough, so covering that with a ban makes a lot of sense. And Pantheon, of course, still available. That semi-global, it's basically the only one available unless we're going to go crazy and pick a Twisted Fate.
Ooh, I do like a little bit of Twisted Fate, but yeah, Pantheon's sort of gone a little bit sleeper here. It's not very often that you don't see it getting picked up right at the end here too, but with the Aurora being locked in, Ari is up and available for Eris, and they lock it in.
I really like this. This is both really good in this game. I think Ari plays quite nicely into things like Pantheon. He kind of comes from one direction. You can throw a charm at him fairly easily. He's able to move around fights, capitalize on plays from an Ambessa, but also, even if it doesn't work out this game, you've just banned it away from Arya for the next two.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what you have to be careful of, is taking away Arya's champion pool is so critical to how you want to be able to move through this. But let's see if Eris can have the same kind of performance on this Ari that we've seen out of Arya. But now that I'm looking at these two team comps, it's a very simple narrative right now, right? You can see for SHG, they're all about chipping down the enemy. They're trying to get them below 50% health, force some summoners, and then just siege with some good numbers, right? But if we look at the other side, it's all about that surviving. It's you can play a little bit of aggressive early, but Ari really needs that level 6. You need to get Ambessa level 6 as well. You're looking for the 1, maybe 2 item power spikes around these two teams. Yeah, it's GAM time, baby. Let's get it. As we're seeing our teams up on the screen, getting ready for game number 1. Who do you have on the win for this one, Carrick? Because I think we might have slightly different answers for who's taking it. We can see if we can get our prediction up on the screen too. I'd be curious if you have a very similar idea that I do.
I think our predictions were similar, but not quite identical. Overall, I have SHG winning this 2-1.
Yes, okay, no, that is fair. I can see why you'd go with the 2-1. I've got SHG winning as well, but I have gone the 2-0. I was thinking that they are just slightly better team at the moment, at the current point in this sort of roster and time. But now let's look at some skins. Chosen of the Warsaw Ambessa, one of your favorites, arguably their characters as well. Dragon Slayer, we got Battle Bunny, Risen Legend Ari. That's pretty goated right there.
Yep. Look, my favorite player is using a skin from my favorite skin line. So, Pike, I'm in heaven right now.
You're absolutely chilling. But now, it is Eris being chunked off the wave so early as they trade Electrocute procs. As well, I did say that if they play the T1 Bard, the chances of winning go up by about 75%. Don't check my math on that, viewers. It's definitely not true, but you know what? I'm going to give it that stat myself, just personally.
Fair enough. And now if GAM wins, it's just correct.
Yeah.
Confirmation by Aris takes a bit of punishment there as Arya lands a nice combo.
Yeah, you got to be so careful. Electrocute proc is about to come back off cooldown, so one false step and it could be disastrous. So level 2 does come out. Marble as well. This is that beautiful Lucian Milio bot lane where you do have such strong aggression early, and especially when you're not up against a Caitlyn this time, you have a little bit more priority.
Exactly, and I think this lane combo, why we've sort of seen Milio becoming the premier combination with Lucian, that Nami is a little bit homeless at the moment, is because it's really good early on. Milio has range, he's got really good poke with the kicks, and ooh, it's Marble.
Ooh,
just gonna go for some poke there.
Oh, that's not poke, that is just pure damage. Like, what can you do?
Yeah. Not so much poke as it is punch, I suppose. Just goes in and gives them a bit of the business. But this is what I'm saying, is early on, just able to make Lucian hit super hard. And then, sort of when the late game comes, mid to late game, able to cover Lucian's biggest weakness, which is his range. Just use that Cozy Campfire, give him a little bit of extra attack range so he can compete with someone like Avaris.
Drakthar getting some early, deep vision as well, as they're looking for the gentleman's agreement of trading scuttles top and bot side. Always nice to see. Let's see if there's going to be a bit of a fight brewing out, as both junglers are in the mid lane. So are the supports. They're definitely rotating nice and early. Love to see if Vista is going to get caught out as they are walking over some deep wards. But still, bit of a slower game as well. It's a 300 gold lead, which isn't all that much for SHG. And it really is on the back of just being able to farm out. Marble getting a little bit more of that CS lead. Always really helpful early on. Let's just see if they can hold on. But again, we said SHG is going to be our winners of this series. I'm curious to see, oh man, it always sucks getting hit with those fire kicks.
Yeah, it's no fun. You just get yeeted backwards and you're like, come on, man. It's got such a big hitbox. It's always a little bit annoying, but I like Milio a lot. Milio, one of my favorite supports they've released in quite a long time.
I actually think I would agree. I think Milio is probably one of the best, like maybe more traditional enchanter supports that has been released in a hot minute. And it's a warm breath of fresh air in my face. It's not smelly. It's a nice smell. Oh, okay, Kiaya, you need to be very careful. One false step. Oh, does dodge it out and sidesteps, but Evie in big control in this top side.
Drakthar has a good angle here.
Yeah, you got to be very careful. Arya is able to back out. Van1 is in the shopping window. Let's see if Drakthar wants to full commit to it. Flag and drag. Flash comes out, gets the stun off. Let's see if Drakthar will be able to hold the line. And Taki doing a really good job rotating.
Yeah, and in the end, they just burn Arya's flash. It looked like it could have been more. It could have been a first blood. Either way, really. It looked pretty dicey, but in the end, just resources burned. Just making sure RS is safe in this lane. We saw him getting chunked early. Just need to see this Ari helped out. And no flash on the Aurora, certainly doing a lot to help.
That's the big thing as well for Ari in this game regardless. Not Arya, let's not get too confused by that. I understand people might get a little bit, but we'll make it simple for you. At the end of the day, Ari is not a big lane dominant bully. Aurora is. So right now, it's like I said at the start of the series, it is all about just getting those couple items on the board, potentially going the Malignance route and be able to use your ultimate a little bit more. It's going to be that safety net in fights. But you're looking to rotate around and really use this Cataclysm to its best effect and see if you can get anything more off it. As now we're seeing just trades and vision going out again. It's a very slow game, Carrix. Calculatedly slow.
That it is, and I'm happy to see this from GAM. Traditionally, the weakness of GAM has always been that they're a little bit too eager to fight at times. They try and hand stiff their opponents where they really shouldn't, where the difference in skill is not as apparent as GAM players sometimes think it is in their head. But this time, they're really respecting SHG. They're not forcing anything. It's just incremental advantages being gained where possible. And so far, the only thing to really worry about is the bot lane, but I think this is just matchup diff.
Yeah, look, and they're just going to start turning it into gold diff as well, because it is a solid 20 CS lead. I'm also looking at this top side. I think if Evie keeps giving a bit too much of a free reign, We did see the Ambessa in Series 1 against the Vayne, where it did get a little bit more help and was able to hold on, but you can't really do that into a Rumble. That they are quite sustainable in the early game too. So again, right now, it is just for Kiaya just to get a couple items on the board. You can already see they're starting going a little bit of that magic resist, as they have to just weather the storm of the flamethrower.
Exactly. This is sort of just the reality of Rumble. It's why Cassante is so often seen as the counter pick. You just have to survive the early levels. Once you've got some MR in, you can play the side lane against Rumble. It's not easy. Rumble is still a very, very potent champion, but it's playable. But yeah, going into a Flame Spitter is never fun when all you've got is a Negatron Cloak.
Yeah, it does make it pretty hard. As first Dragon already being looked at by Van 1, but I think they have some form of vision on this. We'll have to see if Drakthar's going to look for a rotation down, as yes, they are starting to make their way. They have the Flag and Drag ready and available. Cataclysm also up and waiting to go. Flag and Drag burns the flash out of Van 1. Good aggression out of GAM, getting this priority back on the Dragon.
TY full leash. Put it in the chat. Easy peasy as Drakthar should just smite that one away. The recalls were already in. The teleport's coming back out just to get priority back. GAM will be happy with that one.
Look, yeah, GAM just sort of taking away the dragon. I'm not sure what the conversation was there for SHG. They had the priority early and decided just to fold like a house of cards, and now Vista as well being looked at. A lot of damage coming out. Chains of Corruption is good. Oh, they've thrown it out. First blood for Artemis, just an easy pickup. And here's the Grand Skyfall. They're looking for a little bit more. As you say, we take one, we'll take one back. And Van 1 repeats and takes out Artemis.
Yeah, good response there by Van 1. The power of the Pantheon on display as they're able to trade back. Nothing Taki could really do. But overall, it's a decent trade. Oh, hang on a second.
Evie is going to get them quite low. Kiaya just surviving with the public execution. There could be a dive coming in. You got to be so careful. Drakthar's full HP, but oh, the wave holds at the perfect spot. Let's watch that replay of that bot fight.
So it starts off with Taki just landing a really lovely stun there. And I mean, at that point, there is nothing the Milio can do. This is sort of all set in motion as soon as that stun lands. Van 1, good read there just to be in ult range, but of course, there's nothing that can really be done. That was sort of all scripted a little bit. Artemis will be happy to get a kill back, gets himself a little bit of gold to catch up to Marble, who's now got a 30 CS lead. But the Dirk has come in that lethality will start to stack up. Still not a huge fan of the lethality Varus, but unlike yesterday, there's no two tanks to go against it.
Yes, that's a very different story. He's a little bit more squishies on the lineup. Will make it a little bit easier, but Void Grub's going over to the side of GAM. They're getting really good priority on these objectives. So they got the first dragon. They were able to get the 3 Void Grubs. Let's just see if SHG can sort of start to come back. We have seen them successfully be down objectives, down gold, and they can flip these games on their head. But at the same time, this is the two teams that are fighting for second position on the board. Neither of them are going to be holding back in this series. So I have to see where that priority goes. Is yeah, a 30 CS lead right now for Marble has them in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly where he wants to be. That comfort zone of the early Lucian is up significantly. But the kill, as I said, it's only 200 gold now. It's just not a huge breakpoint when it comes to items, as Kiaya now as well has some damage built up when the cooldowns are available, able to jump in onto Evie, just play around the heat bar from the Rumble. These lanes are going to start swinging back.
Yeah, now Taki in a little bit of a cheeky predicament. Magical Journey over the wall just to get out of dodge, but ooh, Drakthar found them as well. But good rotations again. Van 1's moving up and just trying to catch people out. This is what the SHG side can do a really good job of doing. If someone's just out of position, they can just get caught and blown up.
That they do, as the vision around the dragon is something that GAM needs to find a way to deal with, but it's not really easy when the bot lane priority is as one-sided as it has been. RS is at the point where these waves are just going to get ping-ponged back and forth. Both of them basically able to one-shot the wave. And sort of just as we talk about it, they do make a little bit of a team excursion. Oh, Taki, careful, careful.
Oh,
So
yeah,
cheeky.
knew there was a board. Yeah, that's not what you want as well. Dragon coming up in a minute's time. Marble really needed that reset to get back to this in time. Flash out of Vista as Draktar's down here. Flag and Drake Cataclysm comes out. Nowhere to go. You're stuck in that pit. The Colosseum is no place for a small boy who likes to kick fire. The Culling's coming out too. And great proactivity out of GAM in that play.
Yeah, in the end, the kill goes over to Taki, so maybe not ideal, but what matters is that they're pushed out of the bot side. It's more gold back for Artemis. Artemis now ahead in gold as he finishes up that bot lane quest.
Oh, it's now flipping along, and the gold is up in general for GAM. 500 sitting comfortably on them as good charm does hit, but nice shield does hold them back. Shield Bolt able to get it done between worlds onto Draktar. Let's see if Arya has the damage to the rest of the team. Grand Skyfall in a bit of a weird spot, and Van One is just not having the game they're hoping for.
Yeah, Van One just going a little bit too deep. Just doesn't angle it well to where he can actually follow up on the play. Draktar is able to just get away. Just flash, so resources used, no question. As Equalizer on the top side.
Well, it's a ultimate burn down. They're looking for the 50-50. The CC goes forward. Taki, you should not be in that place all alone. Artemis is off to the wings, but looks like SHG, they want to go for this Dragon as soon as possible. Change corruption, blue side. It is going to be SHG securing it, but here's the damage now, following it up. Artemis is just piercing arrows left, right, and center, and that was a lot of damage.
Well, Artemis, okay, and a rough early lane phase turned on its head. SHG do get the dragon. That is a very big win for them. But the fight goes all GAM's way, and that early game lead that they had both in top and bot has basically completely faded. Let's have a look at how it played out. Van One kind of just gets bullied out of position just by Taki. He has to think he has more people behind him. There really isn't anyone here yet, though, so he's able to just magical journey back. But they've sort of wasted so much time that now the friends are here. It's a max range Chains of Corruption. Killing Arya where he can.
Picture. Draktar unable to do it, and now jumping on the coach comms as well, and Marble taken so low. It is just GAM running this game. They're 2k up in lead with the gold now. Carrick's, I'm not sure what's happening with SHG. They're sort of just fumbling at the base.
And I think this is where we see GAM in their comfort spot and why they're so hard to play against and have been for so long. Because even in all the different incarnations of GAM over the years, they've always been relentlessly aggressive. And speaking of which, let's have a look at this. Vista, he should be fairly safe here, but no, just throw a long-range Bardock. We know he doesn't have flash. Taki, again, just calling the shots, and Artemis is so strong that there's just no real chance of counterplay because GAM, they never stop. They get that win on the team fight in the bot lane, and you think maybe, okay, we take 45 seconds to a minute to sort of collect waves, push towers in. No, GAM just says we take 30 seconds, and then we're jumping on you again.
Yeah, Vista's just in the wrong place at the wrong time, which is just what it feels like. And now that the Eclipse has been finished up on Kiaya up here too, it's going to be a lot easier to trade into Evi on this Rumble. They still haven't completed the Leandre, so definitely looking for that one item on the board. They should have the gold for it now. They have the Empowered TP too, so at least their quests are still being completed. Now it's just about getting to these team fights, because right now Rumble hasn't had that effect of what we're hoping for. Is we need to see them be able to throw down a good equalizer and start to melt through this front line, which is the J4 Ambessa.
Exactly. J4 Ambessa, I think Ambessa really has fallen out of priority, but she still just exists within these pick compositions. I think that's where she's really, really strong. She's not going to be as ubiquitous as she used to be as if you dared to take a minion while Ambessa was on the same screen as you, you were getting publicly executed. good riddance to that for sure. But any slight misstep from SHG, and here we go. The slight misstep is here.
Yeah, Culling's being used too. Draktar wanting to get that flag drag, but has to use it defensively. The Tempered Fate was good, but there was just no follow-up, and it is SHG being able to walk up and hit this tower. Oh, it's not the call you were really hoping for GAM, but they're going to be able to secure first tower on this bot side and a nice trade regardless.
I see where you're coming from, that it sort of looked like maybe that wasn't working for GAM, but they forced all of SHG to stay there. They forced a culling out. They forced all this commitment, not necessarily of ultimates or flashes, but just of attention to stay there. So Kiaya just gets a tower for free. In the end, they lost like a tower plate. They then completely just flipped it back. They can drop the Rift Herald if they want to. Even when things go a little bit wrong for GAM, it's kind of going right.
Yeah, no, they're still in very much control. It's a 2.6k gold lead. Noel coming in with their second coach comms as well. So obviously they know what is coming up. It's 45 seconds to the Dragon. It is the Soul as well. It is going to be an Ocean Soul character. So both teams going to really benefit from that extra healing, the sustain, especially mana as well. It's just going to be roses for all, especially on today being Mother's Day. Hopefully everyone got out there and gave their mother something nice for a beautiful day. We got to see all those awesome little comms that came out, the little videos of who was the mother of the fighters. Now it is Marble getting caught. Cataclysm has been burnt, so holding that as a double TP now used by Evie and Eris. So they're trying to push back as it is a big fight over this Dragon.
Yeah, it is. Vista taking a little bit more poke. Evie will only have that shield for a little bit longer. There's a Tempered Fate.
Platform onto the backside. It's just in the wrong spot. They just caught out. He's overshot it again. Rift Herald being used. GAM is just running down SHG. Van 1 was nowhere to be seen. It's just an absolute disaster. And Vista trying to delay as long as possible. But yes, it's still going to be picked up by Draktar. GAM is all over these Hawks, and they cannot fly any higher than ground level. Rift Herald going to get another charge off on this bot side with no one but Van 1 to respond.
And Van 1, like, you called it, just way too deep with that Pantheon ult. No ability to connect with the rest of the fight. Now a 5,500 gold lead for GAM, nearly 6,000. They'll go up to a second stack of Drake. They're fully in control.
I wouldn't, yeah, like it is just like clean gameplay, like Marble going forward. Has to use the cleanse there out of the Milio, so the ultimate's already down. And then it's just easy to just walk around. That's doing everything.
This starts so well. Artemis doesn't have his barrier. Kiaya is committed in the front. The Tempered Fate doesn't get a huge amount. But then as soon as they see Van 1 back there, they go, oh, okay, this is a 5v4. Just run at them. And of course they win. You don't lose 5v4s unless you're massively behind. Van 1, just sort of a diabolical Pantheon ult. We need to sort this out.
It is really rough. Like, I don't think we've seen one Pantheon ult yet that has sort of made the right impact. So it just feels like Van 1's been shut out of the game just a little bit too much and is struggling to find their fitting. But now Taki again can just walk up. These Tempered Fates have been perfect. Every single one has resulted in some sort of pick. As Heapy's now coming out, let's see if they can cancel out. It's just not going to work. And they are able to lock it down, but they're now trading on top side. So a 6.3k gold lead for GAM is just snowballing and snowballing, and they're doing a really good job of controlling the pace of the game, Carrix.
And this is this relentless aggression that I talked about with GAM. They never, ever, ever take their foot off your throat. As soon as they get on top of you, they just push you into the mud and don't let you catch your breath. And that's the best way to really pressure a class team like SHG. SHG, they've made a couple of mistakes, but part of what exacerbates these mistakes is that they never get the chance to just steady themselves. We haven't seen the coach comms come in because there's never really been a clean moment. This might be one of the first ones in about 10 minutes where someone could come in and just be, all right, guys, settle down a little bit. We'll be all right.
Maybe. Well, I kind of hope so, because SHG really need to get something moving if they want to turn this game around. It's just starting to snowball a little bit more. Next Dragon up in 2 minutes 40, but Baron is up and available. So really, it is on GAM to be able to put the pressure down and maybe look to make their way over to the big wormy snake is what I was going to call it. No, they are a worm.
Snaky worm.
Snaky
Something like
worm
that.
sounds more correct. As okay, Artemis is being looked at, flag and drag being pulled off to the side, dragged far, waiting in the wing. Same with Taki. The rest of it is the public execution. Arya has to flash. Kiaya is being jumped on. Equalizer right on the mark, but it just does no damage. Van 1's being looked at too and being chased down, and it's just a disaster. SHG has just no damage. Charm does hit its mark, but the chains of corruption don't follow up just yet. Culling being used, but Kiaya dashing forward has the damage as well. Evie's just being forced out of this fight too. Good shield, but it's not going to be enough. They do pick up one GAM. It's Artemis just doing so much damage on the backside. Lethality, Varus getting it done today. Kiaya dashing forward. They pick up 4 members for none, and it is just an easy breezy path over to the Baron Carricks. 22.5 minutes, and it is GAM just absolutely blasting through game 1.
Taki is on some demon time today. We'll see it in the replay, so I'll save it for them. But the play he made in that fight was fantastic. This Bard has been incredible. GAM, they'll get Baron. They'll go up to a 10,000 gold lead. They are so strong. This starts out pretty well. Artemis has to burn his barrier. Drakthar doesn't really get anything back. And even now, Kiaya, kind of blunted a little bit. But look at that. Evie had an angle. Evie joining the fight would have added so much damage to sort of that right side of the river brush. As soon as he gets hit by the Bard ult, though, it's all retreat. SHG can no longer fight because Evie just can't get the overheat at the right time. He still hasn't overheated. He's just done it now. He can't auto-attack. They have nothing in this fight. And it really does just come down to fantastic play by Taki.
And it was actually so rough to see too that the Comet is what finished off Evie. It was just the sneaky lethality Comet from the Varus that was enough to get the job done. And now they're walking down. Baron power play is at 1.2k gold lead, a 10.5k gold lead for the team. It is a 1-3 scoreline, Carricks. It is just SHG. It's been looking so good all split long, but GAM have just been powering up. The Tempered Fame was good. It doesn't hit its mark. Cataclysm, flag and drag off to the side. They are able to lock down the Pantheon. Between Worlds, big use. Public execution does just miss. Evie's trying to hold on, but you are just getting absolutely obliterated. The gold diff is too much. It's a double kill. Looking for the triple. Maybe going for the quadra, but they do not have the mana inside. Ares is wanting more. The Arya is just the pick. Apparently, they took it away from Arya and they just said, I can do it better. 5-0-7, and it is the victory march at 14k gold here for GAM as they're looking down at the Nexus. Game number 1, but okay, Arya trying to trade something back. Might have some damage just available, but no, it is GAM pushing the objective. They say your Nexus is a tasty snack. We'll see you for game number 2.
And Taki in the camera looked like he was opening presents on Christmas morning. Ecstatic look on his face. He had a fantastic game. GAM now 1-0 up over SHG, looking to prove themselves as the second best team here in the LCP. And wow, that's pretty.
Whoa, that is a sick drawing. Man, we should see if they can draw us.
That would be awesome.
Any fans out there that ever want to draw us, I'll take a cool drawing just of me.
100%.
Honestly, okay, what's your main champion, Carricks? What's your main champion? Like, what do you play in?
I'm a Kindred man.
You're a Kindred man. We should get you as Kindred. Who wants to draw me as Zed? It's a little bit harder because Zed wears a mask. But if you just draw a cool picture of Zed, I'll take that too. And you can just say that's Pike in the Zed as well. That's fine with me as well. Yep. But no, really good game out of GAM. Looking so strong, so dominant right from the get-go. And this is, honestly, a little bit similar. And I'm just getting confirmation, guys, as well. Logan wants to be drawn as Nautilus. He's saying it in our little chat. He's like, I'd like to be Nautilus. Well, yeah, true. Maybe we should pick champions that don't have masks. Pick another champion. What's your other main?
My other main is set, but we can come back to that because I want to talk more about how GAM just knocked the pants off SHG.
Yeah, look, it was one objective that went over to SHG. It was that single drag, but every other stat is a big naught because it was GAM in full control. The damage was good, the gold was better. And let's have a look at some of these team fights because this one catch on Vista was disastrous.
Exactly. This is sort of where it started. And again, even in that play, does just show how switched on Taki was. Yes, he can't save Artemis here. Unfortunately, there's just nothing that can really be done. Here, he walks up. There's no way that SHG don't think he has friends behind him. There's complete vision dominance from GAM. They have no idea, but Taki just bluffs it. Taki just says, they're not going to call my bluff. I've got 7 deuce offsuit, but I don't care. I'm calling the shove.
Putting the bets out, why not? But still, yeah, again, it really was. And we talked about it at the start. It's why we highlighted the junglers. Drakthar just felt hands over toes better than what Van One was trying to do. They had no response. Drakthar has been running this jungle way too much. And big props. I think GAM read this sort of match that they sort of put together, at least read the draft and said, no. We just win. They might have the rumble. It doesn't matter. We just take it to them and we can take over. And again, another big point to note is Artemis on this Varus was fierce. The damage was just so good and was given so much by Taki, who was able to alleviate the space and pressure. Big props to this bot lane for really stepping up a notch heading into the later end of this split.
Exactly. And as I was sort of talking before this game, this is a really important series because it's not just second place for pride, though of course these teams do care a lot about that. It's also, you dodge Team Secret Whales for a lot of players. You get a week 1 bye. You get to really set yourself to the best possible mindset to try and clinch that second spot for MSI.
Yeah, you're so right, and it's just going to make it a little bit easier just to take a break. You can watch what the other teams are strategizing and building off at the same time too, so it does make a lot of sense to try and get that buy in it. But at this point, SHG, they're going to be struggling as they have a good chance of making it into playoffs too, but if they're up against GAM at this position, it's going to be a little bit too much heat to handle. But Carrick, we need to go to a short break because that game was pretty explosive. Guys, stay tuned. Can GAM take the 2-0 win tonight? And we have a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 just from yesterday and today. I know Carrick was loving how I just did that. Or are we going to see a little bit more action coming out? You'll have to stick around and find out. We'll see you for Game 2 in just a second.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures, lurking, watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide.
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons.
On. Good. Shulong. Duro. Wa. Taki. Mako. The hands. Kino. Kino. Vista. Makix. Duro.
Oh.
Mako. The hands. Duro. Taki. Vista. Udi. Duro. Taki. Mako. Shulong. On. Udi. Kino. On.
Oh.
Taki. Kino. Udi. The hands.
안녕하세요. 저는 DFM의 미드라이너 피셔라고 합니다. 我是 Fisher DFM 的中档. 일단 저희 팀의 코치님인 타나님이 제일 어머니 같은 분이라고 생각하고, 그 이유는 매일 요리도 같이 해주시고 다른 사소한 것까지 선수들의 약간 사소한 부분까지 다 케어를 해주시기 때문에 타나 코치님이 제일 어머니 같은 분인 것 같습니다.
我觉得是 Skywalker， 他都会帮我们整理一些家务事，倒垃圾、打扫、清洁类的。
Giống như người mạnh nhất trong team thì em nghĩ là chắc là chị Lily thôi. Tại vì chị luôn luôn động viên tụi em, với lại luôn cho tụi em ăn uống đầy đủ.
小西，因为我只要吃不健康的东西，他走过来都会说又吃这个哦，这超不健康的。做什么事他有时候在旁边碎碎念。
俺はマルさんと思います。この理由はいつも俺が悩んでる時、相談とか困る時、いつも声かけてくれるからめっちゃ母親と思います。
Để miêu tả một người tính cách giống như mình ở trong team thì mình nghĩ có anh Nôn. Anh Nôn là người tính rất là thiền và nói chuyện cũng rất là nhẹ nhàng và cũng rất là quan tâm với những người xung quanh, những người đồng đội và những người em ở trong team. Thì mình thấy cái đó là cái giống cái tính của mẹ mình hồi xưa, rồi cũng hay quan tâm đến những đứa con và cũng muốn biết suy nghĩ đứa con mình đang nghĩ gì á, và quan tâm đến cảm xúc cũng như là cái từng miếng ăn, từng cái sức khỏe của con. Thì hay thấy cái đó giống của anh hiện tại.
新来的辅助，因为以前也照顾过我嘛，所以我觉得他比较像我的妈妈。可能垃圾他可能都会帮忙丢，然后就是观察比较细心吧，就是可能需要什么的时候他都可能会帮忙。
Kiểu hay nói và hay nhắc nhở tem thì chắc anh Bi là người kiểu hay nhắc tem dọn vệ sinh và kiểu phải giữ cái môi trường nó sạch sẽ một chút. Với kiểu ảnh cũng nhẹ nhàng, giờ này cũng nhẹ nhàng nên là cũng hơi giống.
啊，我不会画画哎。
Dễ xong chị Ly giận em luôn rồi anh Khoa.
Ồ, có cái gì xấu không ta? Tôi quay lại rồi.
还有一个眼睛，头发有些痘痘。
他要用一个奇怪的东西来代替，它是饭团，但没有白色的，所以没有米饭，他就只能当黑色的海苔。哎，海苔是黑色还是绿色？
Cũng có dễ gì luôn.
就这样啊，灵魂化石。
Đừng đánh này nha, chết em á. 好了，差不多了，头发卷一点。
Cái đó dễ gì nào đó.
Rồi.
Skywalker， 祝你母亲节快乐！
祝小西母亲节快乐。
Kino， 祝你母亲节快乐。
マルさん、母の日おめでとうございます。
祝Tana母亲节快乐。
Chúc mẹ thật nhiều may mắn và bình an luôn luôn tới.
Chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
Anh Bi chúc mừng ngày của mẹ.
And in the great words of our dear friend Tommy, the arena host, he always says, Pike, it's time to get this bread. And that is exactly what GAM came here to do tonight up against SHG. We're in for game number 2 here, Carricks. And GAM taking the first game so convincingly that I worry for what SHG is going to bring in this next game. But we're going to have to wait and see, as draft is just moments away. But talk to me, Carricks, how do you find this GAM roster? Like, they are looking very good this series.
Yeah, and the big thing about GAM is the players that were kind of slumping have come back. But prior to game 1, I talked about Drakthar. He's leveled up massively throughout the split. He is looking really, really strong, but it's also Kiaya. I was a bit worried seeing Kiaya pick Ambessa into Evie's Rumble. I was like, oh, Kiaya, maybe we're egoing a little bit, but it worked out. He did play fantastically. He survived the lane, and then he was instrumental in team fights because Kiaya was having a pretty slow, quiet split. As the veteran of this side, as sort of that big brother role, he's been around for so long. Him stepping up, Artemis finding his feet again. He had a fantastic Varus game. GAM are now firing on all cylinders at the perfect time to do it.
Yeah, we sort of has been sort of hinting at it all split long that these teams have been building up and sort of progressively trying to grow or develop their skills to get to a point where we get to these 5v5s, five game series, and seeing what is really possible and pushing the limits, because I feel like the meta has definitely been defined very successfully now. We have our strong engagers, we have our front to backs, we have our enchanter supports, we have very clear dominant bot lane duos. Now it's about making it all work in your favor. And what I saw from that first game out of GAM is they can control a game, and now with an Ezreal to boot, they might just be able to run over anyone that is coming through, because Ezreal has been such a force in this AD carry pick, especially as you mentioned in previous days past. The AP version of this is very impactful.
It is. It just gives more options. This champion is so flexible. Can just go the standard AD if that's what you need. Can flex the AP. And Artemis has always been a fantastic Ezreal player as well. It's not something he picks up super often these days, but earlier in his career, back in the VCS, he was feared on this. Will likely be staring down the barrel of an Ashe Seraphine though, so SHG certainly not caught sleeping.
No, and that's the thing, is now that the J4 has been used as well, it's one of those picks that you can alleviate a bit of that pressure. The Seraphine makes the most sense here. It's just been so strong and so dominant throughout the later end of this split. I wonder what you're going to pair with the Ezreal though. Ezreal wants to be a little bit more solo as well. Bard's no longer available too. Maybe you go something like the Nautilus or the Alistar here for just a little bit of a safety and engage.
Yeah, look, they have locked in the Nautilus, so good call there, Pike. I think it makes sense as well, Taki. If you can't get the Karma and the Bard obviously fearless out, I think just putting him on an engaged support makes a huge amount of sense. This is also how you abuse Ashe Seraphine in the early game. If you land a hook on the Seraphine, you have Aftershock. You don't really take any poke on the backswing, and you're able to just abuse the level 2, level 3, and potentially get a lot of priority early game. SHG though, picking up Xin Zhao, they have to be pretty happy with how this draft is going.
Yeah, SHG's definitely getting like the cleaner end of it all, but at the same time, I look at this Jace and I sort of worry. Kiaya had a really good performance on the Ambessa last game. Putting him onto a champion like Jace, where you do have that range and melee, as our dear friend Logan likes to say, it definitely opens it up if you get one rough matchup. If you put them into like a tank as well, yeah, you can be able to do a lot of damage, but it's almost like a false negative of damage. Like into a tank, they could just heal it back up, they can get some shields. Trundle now being banned off the board, so they're looking at these junglers, and there's the Scion I mentioned. It just makes sense to get it off the board as well. Tanks are going to be a bit of a nightmare for this Jace.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jace top blind is really dangerous. Kiaya, this is a pick that he's gone to all the time. He loves this Jace. But knowing that there's so many champions you can pick into it that are just kind of fine. There are tanks, there are sort of bruisers and the like. You could even go something like the Vayne and try and really hand stiff him. I think it's a bit bold by GAM, but I'm keen to see where they ban out to see just how they want to get Kiaya ahead, because that is the other thing with the Jace, is he must come out of lane ahead.
Yeah, and picking the Ashe Seraphine, I'm surprised they didn't lock down the Mel earlier. Like, they've obviously prioritized the Jace being that strong sort of jeweler up in this top side, but now it means what do you have in the mid lane that's going to be able to really help out in both these sides? Ryze as well as taken off the board too, so I'm struggling to think of what's going to be the next big impact, but Annie really screams in my mind for this side of SHG because you want extra lockdown and your all-in potential could be really big.
Yeah, I mean, Annie here makes a huge amount of sense. This is just, if anyone gets caught out, if the vision isn't perfect for GAM, they are immediately in trouble. Love to see an Akali answer. Akali has actually slipped away a little bit. We haven't seen her in a little bit on the new patch. But, yeah, fair enough. Kind of just even... The fact that Neferi was still not picked made me think in my head that it was banned, but of course not. It is available. We should lock the dog.
Woof, woof, woof. It's back onto the Rift and ready to bark its way to victory once again. I like the Neferi, especially into like the Ashe Seraphine. It's a very low mobility bot lane. So you do have the ability to just keep jumping around. We've seen the Neferi picked into this matchup so many times and piloted exceptionally. And I think in the hands of Drakthar, we are in for a treat in this game too, and the Hui taken up for the mid lane for GAM is a nice spicy pick. Do you like it, Carrix?
Hui is a really interesting one. This is a champion that his influence is often a little bit his influence is often a little bit invisible, is what I'm trying to say, unless he goes absolutely bonkers mode. Sometimes doesn't look like he's doing a lot, and then you get to the end of the game and he's actually dealt a huge amount of damage. He's actually been landing really clutch fears. I have to just see how RS can do it. As the last pick is that Cassante. I like that into the Jace, just sort of nullify this lane.
Yeah, and Cassante is always going to come online, right? Like, no matter what, even into a Jace who's going to bully you so heavily in the early game, you're going to be so relevant, and you could just take a Nautilus out of the fight. If you need to open up a little bit of space, take the tanks out of the equation, and it's just brawler versus brawler. And if you can land the good CC, SHG should come out ahead in a lot of these fights. However, I say that, but I'm looking at this other side, and GAM have so much range, and they have arguably as much just all-in engage too. They could still turn the fight in their favor as well. So I'm curious to see which side's going to get those early leads, because all weekend we've seen early leads control the game. And I think this patch is very indicative of how aggressive can you be early to secure a little bit more. We know that it is very prominent in the LCP that aggression leads to wins. We don't see it as much in other regions though, so maybe we're going to figure out a different play style that's going to alleviate us heading towards MSI.
Exactly, and it's an exciting one, and I like that these early leads have been snowballing, have been seized on, because that's where teams can fall behind. It's where teams can fall apart, is turning leads into wins. As, ooh, Artemis, good job, he scouted that brush.
Yep, there's good vision out. They know that the Raptor pit has been pulled out. Okay, let's look at some skins though. Empyrean, Resistance, yeah, they're all right. I like the Glizzy Neferi. That's always a nice one. Getting a hot dog out there. Pandemonium Anime, that just seems to be the best one at the moment, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Just seems to be the standard pick. Ooh, Cosmic Paladin Nautilus. Don't see that too often.
No, usually
it's no subterranean. It's no subterranean.
Yeah. you got to go. If you want to win, you go Subterranean.
Absolutely, but we'll see if the skins do bring wins. Because last game you said the carrier Bard skin was going to win, and you were right.
I know these things. Some
see
have
if no Subterranean Nautilus means a loss today.
Look, honestly, like, Cosmic's okay, but if you're not going to play the Subterranean, you obviously have to pick the Shanghai Scrolls because that's the next best one, or you go the Fright Night because that's really hard to actually see half of his abilities too. But regardless, we're stuck with the Cosmic. It's fine. I can complain about it enough, but still, a heal burnt out just for a little bit of that extra movement speed there. A nice little pickup there already early in this early laning phase for SHG.
Yeah, playing that melee support into the Seraphine Ash. If you don't get a level 1 hook, a level 1 cheese, it can be pretty brutal. But thankfully, we are playing Ezreal. We can just sit back, wait for Drakthar to come relieve some pressure.
Yeah, he is sitting right on a good ward. You see the Dizzy Melee. Now they're looking to maybe to rotate it around. I feel like just stalling out Drakthar means Vanmon could get their red and come down for a fight, but okay, they decide to back off, and it's standard laning as usual.
Yeah, the ward dying, Drakthar realizes, okay, they knew the whole time. So just backs off. Fair enough, goes and clears the second half of his jungle, but still did alleviate a little bit of the pressure in the bot lane, not as much as he would have liked. It was a very clever ward, but still, the wave just gets shoved in. Artemis should be able to farm most of this up.
Yeah, no, small leads across the map now as it is the Jace as well with a strong lead up onto Evie on this Cassante, but Taki using the hooks defensively just to get out of dodge, but now it's big trades on top side. Evie is low.
Yeah, he is really low. Of course, the Cassante resilient enough that he's not going to go for any crazy dives, but we could see Drakthar making his way up there after every resets. Once the teleport comes in, if you chunk him down again, it can be a real punish.
Yes, we're going to get a couple TPs burnt as well. Arya burning at the TP mid just to get back to deal with this Eris on the way, who has a nice little lead too. Stuns are good, but Arya just trying to put some pressure on. There's still no kills on the board, but a 300 gold lead for GAM is nothing to worry about. Banwan could be caught in his jungle. Drakthar is here. Okay, decides not to fight. Up in the air, says, nah, don't want to deal with this.
Don't blame him. Xin Zhao early on does do a lot of damage, and I think he didn't quite know if Kiaya would be able to be there in time to help out. So Drakthar, ooh, hello.
Aki, happy with that. Burning the flash out of Vista early on is not ideal. Oof.
Yeah, it gets that basically for free as well. The only price paid is RS has to take a bit of an annoying walk back into lane. Got poked a little bit by Arya, but nothing that he won't be able to shrug off, won't be able to just keep farming up. This way, of course, so versatile in how he can play his lane, how he can farm from super long range, basically has infinite mana. Pretty good stuff for RS.
It's not too bad at all, not too shabby. As the game's slowing down as we're entering into the 5-minute mark, it is still GAM with a small lead, but Dragon has just spawned as the first one on the map. It's a Chemtech, and Taki doing a really good job playing very aggressive, using those bushes to their advantage. What team's going to benefit the most from these early Dragons, do you think, Carrix?
I think stat-wise, both teams sort of come out the same. It's difficult to say. Cassante in general does really like a Chemtech Drake, just the sort of stats that gives. But I think when we're talking about stacking the Dragons, I think it has to be GAM. I don't think GAM wants this game to go super long. They want to have a clearly defined win condition. They want to get the Dragon stacks rolling. They want to just be able to say every 5 minutes, we are going to cause a fight. SHG, you are willing to attend if you wish. But if you don't attend 4 of them, you lose.
Yeah, nah, I think you've sort of hit the nail on the head there too. You can see Vanwan already posturing down, but maybe looking to be a bit more aggressive and wait for the rotations out as there's a fight up on top side. Kiaya doing a good job poking out Evie, who has to be very cautious here. They do have the all-out available, so one misstep, Kiaya could be caught sleeping. So now looking for a fight, trying to get the knockback, does land. Evie has not much to go for. Shielding is not going to be there. Let's see if they can retake this fight. Gets the slows off and has to back out. Good fight down on this bot side too. It is actually
First
first blood going to Eris, absolutely out of nowhere. Drakthar wants to follow up, still not level 6, but trying to make their way and get the damage off. Band 1 looking to return around. Marble is here. They have to run away. It was just a little bit too much. And where is Artemis? They're just pushing in this bot wave to get that early rotation. Let's see who's going to be able to secure the first dragon. It's going to go over to SHG. Easy confirmed Drakthar didn't really have the numbers to make a play.
Yeah, Drakthar was just down level 5 to level 6. That Scuttle Crab right before the dragon sort of decided which jungler would get the objective. But we need a replay of this one because it was Vista being caught out evidently. Yeah, just stepping up way too far. Just caught face checking a brush that you're really not allowed to face check.
Yeah, Spiraling Despair really was the despair, and they didn't feel too good about it. So yeah, nice first blood over to Eris, picking up a nice little bit of damage there too with a bit of mana. So not the end of the world. And we've seen before, a fed Hui is a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. If Hui can get ahead, he's just so hard to access. He's a very non-interactive champion. He sits super far back. He provides just a speed boost for his friends if you try and jump on him. He hits you with a fear, and he can do all of his damage from a full screen away. And this is going to be a little bit worrying because if GAM do get ahead, they have Jace poke, they have Hui poke, they have Ezreal poke. It's not fun to play against.
No, like that's it. It's like you really need to see SHG. Like they need to pull the trigger and be the aggressive ones. But if they're not, they just get pushed out so hard. Like we said, the poke is the damage. Now, Evie's saying, Kiaya, I want to take this fight. Does have the nice, I was going to call them tabbies for a second. No, they're steel plated boots. Got to get them right, guys. That's important. But no, has picked up. So just the resistance is coming out to this top side. It's going to make it a little bit easier for Evie moving forward. I wouldn't be surprised if they do look for like a Bramble Vest or something soon too, just to stop a little bit of any sort of healing coming out.
I think that does make a lot of sense here. Evie just wants to survive this lane. It's not about winning it. It's about losing gracefully, a sort of concept that top laners are very familiar with. You know, you queue up with your jungler friend and he doesn't gank for you. But hang on a sec.
It's going to be enough as Evie gets knocked back and, it's disastrous. You're looking for the fight and they were trying to do something on the other side too and no catches on either side.
Kiaya just fends him off, able to continue to survive, able to put the punishment down on Evie. And with Drakthar in the area, I think the use of the all-out, it could be a dive or it could just be the grubs.
Yeah, Call of the Pack is going to be available, so you could be looking for something. But yeah, Drakthar gone for a walk and finding no real camps. Could mean an early Void Grubs for the side, but they have been spotted out. Drakthar's actually staying, so the flank is going to be pretty huge here. One false step could be disastrous, but Drakthar, very comfortable, sitting out of vision, but clearing out these wards. Now finding the dog, and now they're saying it's time for hot dogs, delicious dinner time, guys, because the grubs have been started. Eris off to the side, so I actually think SHG need to give. No, they're not.
They're calling in the teleport, though. They want to fight this one. I think
triple TP. Yeah, I think they have to be careful.
Completely deny.
On the other side. They've taken away one, so really Drakthar needs to either try and contest or they're just going to give. Smite goes over. It's a 1-for-1. Drakthar's in the middle of the pit. Comes down who's going to take the second one, and I think Drakthar just grabbed it. It's just that easy.
Yeah, just does the heist. Really well played, using that blast cone, using the Neferi mobility to just in, out, shake it all about. Of course, when the grubs are split, they are sort of less potent overall. It's not the biggest deal to give away your two if you get one. But given the resources to a burn, the 2 teleports coming in, it did look like SHG wanted something from it, as Kiaya and Evie have just been scrapping.
Yeah, there's no fear up on this top side as Kiaya has to go into that range mode. Gets a nice little shock blast off, but not going to be enough as the armor is definitely starting to stack for Evie. They're feeling a little bit more aggressive going forward. We'll have to see how it's going to progress as the game goes on, but Jace from afar is still going to deal so much damage. You have to be careful as this Ashe Seraphine duo. Eris as well, looking strong, has a bit of a CS lead too, and the items are coming up pretty good. We need to see some movement out of this SHG side. They're all about this pick potential, but they haven't gotten a single pick yet.
Exactly. And this game, I feel like, is just balanced on a knife's edge. You can cut the tension with a knife. Both teams have been making these moves. They're moving as packs around the map, but so far nothing has given. Dragon pulled by GAM, but SHG are here in force. Do they contest? I don't know if they're going to have the space to.
No, I think they've just been choked out way too much. Taki putting out some good wards. Yeah, Van's not even going to go for it. I think it's just a free Dragon heading over to GAM and just really good map macro control out of this roster.
Exactly. They just had the vision set up. They had the earlier play. They knew that they were stronger. And yeah, nothing SHG could do. But of course, good on SHG not trying something. As, ooh, speaking of trying something, Van 1 having a bit of a sneaky, but with the where the wave is, it will just be a recall.
Oh, yeah, no, I think that they've obviously all made that call, being like, nah, let's just reset, get our items. We're back in with a bit of gold. It's not the end of the world.
Not at all, as it is a bit of a lead for SHG down on the bot side. 289 gold, that's not a huge amount, but oh, I was about to say, it was completed item to non-completed item, but it was Artemis just sort of waiting a moment. Does have that Triforce, so these ADCs fairly evenly matched.
Yeah, both coming online too. Got more items across the board too. Spirit Shojin being picked up early by Drakthar. Very interesting. Just tells me that they want to be a little bit more aggressive and really get into these fights and have good cooldowns. But you got that Sundered Sky as well locked in for Van 1, so we're just waiting on that one Dusk and Dawn, and Taki is here. That's beautiful jump. They've sent everything and more, and Marble, I think, is just no longer for this world. Drakthar easily locking them down, trying to get that Crescent Guard off. It's just a little bit more damage. He jashes forward. Nice pickup from Van 1. The return kill is all that they needed.
Yeah, they do even things up, but the fact that Marble's off the map, just more farm, going the way of Artemis just for the next 20 seconds or so. Still, good job by Van 1, no question. If they hadn't gotten a kill back, it would have been a real disaster, as they will use the lack of the Neferi to get some vision control. They have topside control a minute before the Dragon. Let's have a look at this play, because it was Taki coming in on a flank. Not a lot Marble can do here. It's actually a pretty nice Seraphine ult. Doesn't do enough into the invuln of Drakthar. So not really able to save the AD carry, but well played there, honestly, by Van 1. They really stalled out everything that Drakthar could do. I thought he was going to get the reset and get out of there, but just knocked up, then stopped, rooted up by a Seraphine. Nothing he could do.
Yeah, not much you can really say. And then Noel coming in for the second coach comms for GAM. Obviously trying to get those good communications out and see where these teams want to go, as it is actually Taki being looked at by Van 1. Has to burn the flash just to get out of dodge. Luckily it's a Hex flash, so gonna have that slider cooldown. But now we're looking topside, because Rift Herald is the next big fight, and it is SHG with the early rotations.
Yeah, SHG are here ahead of time. Have numbers around the Rift Herald. They have vision around the Rift Herald. It's only that one ward in the back. As Kiaya is giving the business to Evie. This could be a trade for a dive. But, diving a Cassante, it's so risky, Pike.
Oh, look, it's not something I like to do, but Drakthar's feeling pretty good. They've got a bit of damage, but can they get through the armor? And I just don't think they can. So they'll trade the Rift Herald, maybe for a tier 1 tower. 2 of 2 members are on it.
Maybe. It does take a little while to kill those with those plating, obviously getting more and more armor, but it'll certainly be gold. Evie's TPing back into the bot side as well to try and fend them off. Rift Herald summoned up in the mid lane at the same time. Let's have a look on bot.
Yeah, tower is confirmed in mid, but now Evie's looking to flash forward. Kiaya has to flash as well. Let's see if there's enough dashes in the bank. Here's Van 1 looking for the fight. See if they can get the win. Becomes lightning. Crescent Guard's good. They do secure it. It is going to lock it down. If Fury gets called up, the Hound's pursuit is going to keep them out of dodge just long enough. But the chase down was so good there. SHG are starting to come back in this game.
They are, and that was an important kill to pick up because otherwise that play was GAM favored. They didn't get the full mid tower for SHG, while it was obviously that full tower for GAM on the bot side. Kiaya very, very nearly gets out. We'll have a look at the full play here. The teleport comes in. I thought you just back off because that giant max health shield makes it so tricky. And they buy a huge amount of time here. Evie, with that slow field coming down under every single Nadopo strike, normally you can't get away. In the end, it's Kiaya only cleaned up by that pretty much undodgeable wind becomes lightning. So good stuff there by Van One. He has been redeeming himself after his disappointing game one.
Yeah, he's got all the kills for his team right now. Gold is still spread out quite nicely among the GAM roster, but they've only got a 1.5k gold lead, so it's not the end of the world at 17 minutes. So really it comes down to who's going to start prioritizing these dragons a little bit more. We know it's another Ocean Soul, so it's all about that extra healing, and that would be so good on the likes of Seraphine, Cassante, even the Nautilus would get a huge benefit from it, because it's all about just being able to stay in the fight. As there's True Shot Barrage, it is going to go out. Arya waiting off in the side with a stun to go, and it is just SHG full control over the Dragon Pit. They lose their top tier tower 1, but it's not the end of the world. They're starting to scale on these dragons, which you said before, Carrix, they need to be careful of. As Van One is caught out, getting choked up a little bit. Crescent Guard is nice. Let's see if it's going to do enough damage. The flash over the wall. Taki is here. They're looking for the re-engage. It is Van One who just gets picked up. Ares able to lock them down. And Kiaya is here doing the damage to Marble. Where did he go? He just crumbled like a pebble. And now the stun, the slow is good. Trying to get off a big shot off, but Vista is being chased down, and they might just get out alive, as it is Drakthar still looking for more. Big stun from Arya. Taki is low, but is they going to be low enough as they're still being chased? Evie wants damage. The stun is good. Evie's going to be able to get the last hit. No, it goes over to Arya, and Aris is just down in this bot lane clearing. What is going on with these fights?
Yeah, these fights are happening all over the Rift as 5v5s turn into 1v1s and 2v1s and little skirmishes everywhere. Heroic play there by Arya to get something back, though, just recognizing that there was a window where he couldn't be punished. But still, it's GAM. They're growing the lead. They're 3k ahead. Artemis has pulled in front of Marble. That was sort of the last gold lead for SHG as it flips back and forth, but we'll see how it started off. Van One does just get caught out. He tries desperately to get close enough to the wall. The flash gets there eventually, as RS now can't really access the rest of the fight. If RS could get into this fight, this would be really, really horrible, because Kiaya just gives him the business in the back, comes in with the teleport. We don't even get to see the whole fight because the replay would have been so long, but it really was a teleport play by Kiaya that made that happen, because Marvel just didn't participate.
Yeah, and you see Evie as well starting to do a little bit more as the all out once again going forward, and Evie got taken to just shy of half health. But Kiaya is starting to feel the effects of this Cassante in full form. They have that Iceborne Gauntlet, so the slow is going to be nice, but just the extra tankiness is going to be so hard to get through. Now they could be looking for a fight as Drakthar. He is waiting off to the side. Van One and Vista are here, ready to go. They're not on any vision. Now they are.
Spotted now as Taki will confirm that both of them are there. And GAM now just walk down on the mid lane. Artemis takes towers very fast. Crystal and Arrow really just used to delay the tower going down.
Yeah, Taki having to get the next flash just to be careful, is starting to back out a little bit more, and Van One's still taken very, very low there. I'll have to see as the damage is going to be good, as Van One's now walking into a Drakthar. The dog is feeling hungry right now, but Van One, with the happy hands, able to sidestep quite a bit of damage and has to back out. I think it could just be GAM taking this tier 1 in the mid and fully opening up this map. No, the clear from Marble is just too good.
And it's hard for GAM to do this, because if they step up and Arya has a flash, Tibbers has an angle, they do delete anyone that gets caught by that. So they should still just tickling away at this tower, just being super, super careful. It does finally fall. The last minion.
Yeah, now Kiaya is caught in a little bit of a predicament as the stun's going to hit. Let's see if Tibbers is going to do enough damage. Kiaya has the flash, goes straight into the bush, doesn't go over the wall. Oh, he baited him so hard. It was actually a huge turn. Kiaya gets out alive. That is disastrous.
Yeah, Arya just completely misreads that flash, burns his, doesn't even get even closer. Disastrous stuff as Traktha. We're just starting Baron.
Yeah, dogs versus snakes. It's a known quantity, and I'll make that every time. Let's see if Traktha can just do it solo at level 14. A little bit adventurous, in my opinion, but Artemis is
They
now
have
here.
no idea, though. They got zoned off.
There's zero vision. They have just one in their own jungle as well. I think it's just going to be an easy pickup. 22 minutes. Now they've seen it with the Hawk. Let's see if they can be able to react, and I think it's just gone, Carrix.
This was so smart. I don't think we'll get a replay of it, but Taki stepped up and just warded a brush like he was just like, oh yeah, we're just doing our Baron setup. Hey guys, hi SHG, I know you can see me. Just got to do the Baron setup wards. You know how it is. And just completely bluffed them. And once again, they don't call the bluff. They just lose Baron for nothing. They should get the Dragon in response here. It will be SHG going to Soul Point. That is something to keep in mind. But now, a Baron buff GAM are just walking down mid.
Yeah, like you can get the Dragon and getting to Soul Point's nice, but if they're going to take maybe 2, potentially 3 towers away from you all at the same sort of time, I don't know if it's really worth. Soul Point is not as good as you think, as Arya is now being jumped on. True Shot Barrage is good. Let's see if Draktar's going to be able to hold the line, and they can. Crystalaro just hits its mark, but Tibbers does not do enough damage, and it's just a really good pick there from GAM. The 2.8k gold Baron play. Let's see if they can make something work, as a lot of ultimates were burnt too. Draktar can't go for that second re-engage, but this Baron empowered wave is just putting in the damage, and GAM is just walking away with it. 7.5k after that Baron take. And what can you do? SHG have just met their match.
SHG are just getting out-thought and out-brained a little bit, as GAM are just doing plays that seem insane. We saw the Baron start, and we're just like, this is a bit silly. What are we doing here? But it works out. They get the 2 towers, mid and bot. They grow that gold lead. They're now nearly 8,000 gold ahead. And really, the last sort of saving grace for SHG is that in 4 minutes, they could get an Ocean Soul.
It's a tall order, though, because as it stands, it is really GAM in control of who's going where. I feel like it was just SHG able to snag those dragons just from like underneath as they were losing something else. So it'll be interesting how this next fight's going to go. Baron won't be used for the next dragon fight as well, so I feel like it will be a little bit more equal footing. Crystal Arrow is just going so wide. I don't even know where that was going. SHG just feel lost in this series. Or GAM's just got so much direction, they know exactly where they want to go, and it's to the nexus of SHG.
Exactly. They've only got one thing in their mind, and it's second place in the LCP, proving themselves up there with Team Secret Wales. I know that GAM has hated that it's so clear that Team Secret Wales is the best Vietnamese team. They hate that.
Oh my God.
And now they're firing back to try and contest. Teleport is here.
Yeah, Evie looks like he's going to take it for an all-out, and where did Taki go? Instantly off the board, and a really nice pick there. But no, look at their mid. They took the kill. They killed the support, but they're losing their base for their troubles. Another TP's coming in. Arya is here. Gaia has to ulti TP out, but no, is cancelled out by the Encore. Tip is being dropped. See you later, Alligator. Kiaya cannot survive that onslaught and lost the TP too. And what was a bit of a rough sort of fight and result there for SHG, they came back with the goods.
Yeah, that's a big loss there for Kiaya, not having the teleport while this dragon comes up in about 2 minutes. Evie, I think, will just be short of his as well, so at least it's even. But that was something that GAM could have abused. Not even just by having Kiaya able to be in a side lane, but arriving with a shield. This just starts. It's a great play. Taki tries to react to the TP, just can't quite do it. He's cleaned up. I'm curious how this really turns into another kill. As they get the tower, it looks like they should be able to run away. But of course, it was Arya on the TP. Kiaya just goes, I have to try and TP out, of course. Isn't going to work in the face of a lot of hard CC. What can SHG do with this time on the map when GAM is having to reset, when they're sort of running away with their tails tucked between their legs? So far, it's just a little bit of vision control, but it's not on GAM's side of the map.
Yeah, like, and this is the next big fight is around this dragon. 1 minute timer, and they're still 7k gold down. 5 kills apiece, and still the gold lead is just so big. And it really comes down to just this control from Drakthar, who has got a 60 CS lead. And this is where all that gold's really coming from. 2k up for the junglers. It's a 2.2k up for Kiaya on this Jace. It is also Hui, 1.5k gold up. They are just controlling the state of this game and pushing tempo extraordinarily well. But now they're looking for the re-engage. 23 minutes on this dragon as, Evie might have been caught out. Has to be very careful, taken so low. They might not be able to contest this one. Maybe they just look to go for an objective elsewhere.
Exactly. That is an option that SHG have. They don't have to fight right now, but Arya could be caught. The dogs are coming. The pincers here. The pincers are here, Pike.
Yeah, look, pincers are here, but they haven't been clamped down just yet, as they are trying to force them back. Dragon has been started. They always knew because that good pink ward in there. But let's see if they can hold on. Evie getting sort of choked out a little bit more. Look at this range coming out. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of GAM. But now, Van 1 Crescent Guard's good. Arya on the back end trying to get blown up. As it's just too much. Drakthar picks up Evie. The front line is just gone.
No.
Eric picks it up. It's just too clean. What can SHG do in the sight of way too much power out of GAM? They are just unrelentingly moving forward with all the damage they can muster, and they're looking for a clean ace. They're giving Drakthar every tool they need. I don't even think they care about the dragon here, Carrix. They are looking to go down mid and end this series 2-0 clean as, in the face of what was arguably the second best team in the league has just been nullified by the third. And what a huge, huge series out of every game tonight. And I think it's the first time in LCP, maybe history potentially, at least this split, where it was 2-2 for games in Series 1 over the weekend. GAM taking the 2-0 victory is phenomenal.
That was a hell of a performance by GAM. They looked like they were just in another gear. Every single player on that team might have played their best series so far this split, and GAM are looking scary.
Oh, look, if this is how they're going to be playing moving forward too, you're right. They are looking absolutely fierce. The big question is, though, Carrix, can they go up against the other big dogs, which is the Secret Whales? They haven't been able to climb that mountain yet, but there's Evie, the freshest haircut on the Rift for LCP. Just didn't find its day here. And now we see GAM just giving us good waves, good wins, and great games.
And no thumbs up from Evie this time, so someone else has to take up the mantle. And that goes pretty hard. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, that was kind of scary. Is Eris with an A in there? Like, that's baller. Too much for me, man. Too much for me.
What have you got for us?
Deflect. He's like, you know who I am.
Jersey does well for GAM.
He's just, I don't think that guy moved once that entire game.
He's just been locked in. He did that thing where he was like, I was doing that when they won the first game, so now I can't move. Or I'll jinx it.
But no,
what a performance from GAM.
Yeah. Honestly, it really has. Like, this was a huge series back to back. Like, the damage there too. Look at Ezreal. It was just too much. Artemis, full control. And this is why you have to ban this Ezreal out.
We really do, and I think we can tell who's being zoomed in on, and I agree with this because I think Drakthar might be my player of the match, Pike.
I think Drakthar might be my most improved player of the LCP this split character. I think they have leveled up. Yeah. Like, they have absolutely kept GAM in so many series single-handedly. And look at that, the KDAs for the first and second game, 16 and 8. Kill participation never went below 80 characters, which is a huge, huge testament to how impactful this player was moving around the map. Oh, see you later. Where'd Vesta go? Just gone.
Yeah, bang. Spiraled into despair. Honestly, as much as I think Drakthar was the clear player of the match, all 5 members of GAM did put their hands up at different times. Like, the fact that I think I could say Artemis had a quiet game on Ezreal, but that really only was relative to the rest of his team because he was landing incredible poke, was really perfectly positioned. And the terrifying thing is, yeah, Team Secret Whales sort of put GAM to task a week or so ago. But I think even in that week or so, GAM have leveled up again, and I'm so excited for playoffs. We have 3 teams that are so competitive at the top.
Yeah, and that is exactly what you want to see. It's so hard for us to determine which teams are going to be able to take these wins, because you and I both said SHG should take this series, and I think GAM heard us and said, that's incorrect. We are here to win. We are contestants in the LCP, and they showed up. This is a different GAM that I'm seeing, and I will not be doubting them again moving forward. I think this is one roster that is doing such a good job moving around the map. It really comes down to how well can they do against the Secret Whales is the next big ticket on everyone's list. But still, Carricks, I can't believe how quickly these games went. They were just way too fast.
Yeah, no, the Hawks looked a little bit just flabbergasted. Like, they sort of got hit and realized maybe their chin wasn't as strong as they thought, and they never really got back up. And as you said, I think this was, it certainly is the only one I remember where we had an 8-game week, as it was just 2-0s, 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 2-0s.
Yeah, it's nice and early. Like, we can head to bed relatively soon, but today's results were looking so good. DFM took the loss to DCG, and then it was SHG that just couldn't handle it against GAM. And Carricks, honestly, we saw from early on in the split that games were going the 3, they were going the distance. We had so many long nights, and it just was too much. But let's look at our standings. We're finally here, and GAM have pulled ahead of SHG. It is now Secret Whales, GAM in second. It is SHG mixed up with Vikings at that 3rd position. But Relove DCG, after their first successful win, have moved up into that 5th place, which is where they're really excited to be. Again, they are still strong contenders. Flying Oysters coming in at 6th, Ground Zero at 7th, and DFM unable to take a series. But here we are, back to our player of the match standings, and you know what? Drakthar is now on 2. We're looking at a very big list of 2-timers across the board.
That we are, and it's only going to get bigger, I think, as we still have games to play. We still have a whole another week before we head into our playoffs, and I'm really hoping someone breaks the tie and picks up a 3rd.
Oh, look, and we're going to have to talk about what we can expect next week on the LCP. It is going to be DCG versus GC in that first series, followed up by Vikings versus SHG. These are going to be some very interesting games. It really is. Can DCG push their lead now and get a little bit more points on the board? Or is GC going to flip the tide and start making their way up that ladder as well? But SHG versus Vikings, that's going to be an explosive series.
100% SHG will need to bounce back after today to try and just prove that they are still at that pointy end of the league. I hate to see them fall down 2 in a row, Pi.
I honestly did not expect this result from this week, Carricks. That's the crazy thing. Like, it's 2 O's across the board very, very rare for the LCP, because we do know all of these teams are so like closely matched that for teams to come out swinging and be so dominant at this point in the split is really unheard of. But Carrix, it's the end of the night. We've finally made it. One final quote from you before we close out the runner show and prep for next week.
It's only one thing to say. It's GAM time.
Oh, he's feeling it good. You know what? Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but no worries here. Thank you so much to everyone joining us tonight on the LCP for another fantastic week here. I'm so excited to be able to cast a little bit more with my boy Carrix. Shout out to all of the big people running it from behind the scenes. Ty, we see you, buddy. Thank you all for joining us on today's wonderful adventure, and we will see you in the next series. Good night.